All right, good morning, everyone. Go ahead and have a seat. All right, we are back on the record. We have council parties and our jurors present. I hope everybody had a good night. And I think yesterday we had finished last with the testimony of, let's see, Ms. Michelle Wilson. And does the state at this point have another witness they wish to call?
Yes, we do, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Bradley Sieck.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Just come on all the way up here if you would. Just grab a seat to my far left if you would. So you're going to need to turn on that microphone. There's a little button on the base of it there. Yep, you can move that microphone however you want. All right, sir, first thing I'm going to do is swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them both for us?
Bradley Sieck, Bradley
All right, thank you, Mr. Sieck. Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Mr. Sieck, where do you currently live?
Toledo, Iowa.
And are you currently employed?
Yeah, self-employed.
Okay. And prior to being self-employed, around September of 2022, where were you employed?
Nolan Farms.
How long did you work for Nolan Farms?
About a year and 4 months or 5 months, something like that.
Okay. So when did you end your employment with Nolan Farms?
January of 24.
Okay. So beginning, end of January?
Yeah, end of it, January.
While you were employed with Nolan Farms, did you know someone by the name of Huston Danker?
Yes.
And besides working with him, how did you know Huston?
I met him a few times prior, but just short, 5 minutes here or there. That was about it.
So mostly just coworkers?
Yeah.
At some point, while you were working with Mr. Danker, did he ask you to do something for him?
Yes.
What did he ask you to do?
Hold his guns.
Okay. Did you agree to hold the guns
Yes.
for him?
Yes.
Can you describe the circumstances that led to that arrangement?
He was moving, and his girlfriend, whatever he was moving in with, had a daycare in her house, so I'm assuming he didn't want him there.
And is that what he told you?
No, he never said that. He just said, "Can you hold these for me?" And that was it.
Okay, gotcha. Did you agree to hold the weapons
Yes.
for him? After that conversation with Mr. Danker, did he give you any guns?
Yes.
And where did he bring those to?
To work.
Okay. How many guns did he bring you?
3.
Can you describe those firearms?
Yes.
What firearms did he bring to you?
One was an AR-15, one was a double-barrel shotgun, and one was a .22 rifle.
Okay. Was it a Ruger 1022?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with one of the firearms in question. I just want to let the court know that it has been inspected by law enforcement and you're safe at this point.
All right, thank you.
May I approach?
You may. and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Mr. Sieck, I am holding what has been marked as State's Exhibit 298. Do you recognize this
Yes.
firearm?
Yes.
Can you describe it for me?
It's a
What
Ruger,
firearm is it?
Ruger 1022.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
Yeah, that's one Huston give me, one of them.
Okay. And did you have this weapon stored at your home?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, by agreement of the parties, we would offer State's Exhibit 298.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 298 is admitted.
Mr. Sieck, after Mr. Danker gave you the guns, where did you keep them?
In the closet, in my bedroom.
Of your home?
Yes.
And did you ever give those guns to anyone else or remove them from your possession during the time that you had them?
No.
Were there any accessories to these guns, like clips or ammunition, that
No.
were provided to you with those guns?
No.
At some point after you strike that, how long did you have these guns?
6, 8 months maybe.
Okay. At some point during the time that you had possession of the 3 guns Huston Danker gave you, did you bring that fact up with Mr. Danker?
Yes.
And when you mentioned it, what was his response?
Don't worry about it, just keep holding on to them.
That's a good reminder to everybody to make sure your phones are off, please.
After that conversation with Mr. Danker, did anything change with regard to the custody of those weapons?
No.
And were those firearms, including the Ruger 1022 rifle, accessed by anyone else while they were in your possession?
No.
Did you eventually turn those firearms over to law enforcement?
Yes.
Was that because Mr. Danker was not going to pick them up?
Yeah.
Do you recall when you turned those firearms over to law enforcement?
April or May, late April, I don't know. I don't remember. It was a Thursday, that's all I know.
Would that have been of 2024 that you turned them over?
Yes.
Who did you turn those firearms over to?
Brian Randall's the one that picked him up.
Is that the last involvement you had with those firearms?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hawbaker, any cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Just so I'm clear, the conversation, well, limited conversation that Mr. Danker had with you, which was basically, here, will you hold my guns? When did that happen?
Late summer, early fall of
What year?
23.
So late summer, early fall 2023.
Yep.
So the 6 to 8 months is what kind of gets you to the wraparound
Yep.
year of 2024 in April.
Yep.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Williams? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
You want me to shut this on?
No, you can leave it on. Thank you. Mr. Kodiaga, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Brian Randall.
Good morning, sir. You come on up here to my far left, if you would. And you can go ahead and have a seat when you get there. And you can adjust that microphone however you'd like. It's on. First thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you'd please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and then for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Brian Randall, Brian, Randall.
All right, thank you, Mr. Randall. Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You've stated your name. How are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy for Tama County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been with the Tama County Sheriff's Office?
since 2011.
You say you're a deputy sheriff at the county attorney's office, at the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So deputy sheriff, fair to state that you're a licensed peace officer in the state of Iowa?
Yes, sir. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2003.
In the course of your duties, were you part of the investigation of the case that brings us to this courtroom today?
I was.
As part of your investigations in this case, did you at some point go to the residence of someone called Bradley Sieck or get in touch with him to pick some firearms?
I did.
Do you remember when that was?
There was 3 in total that I received from Brad. One was a .22 rifle, one was a double-barrel shotgun, and one was an AR-style rifle.
So there were 3 firearms that you received from Bradley Sieck.
Yes.
And you've described them. Can you describe, you've stated what those items are. Can you briefly describe what they look like or what type of firearms they are?
So the AR-style rifle is a semi-automatic style rifle, large caliber, generally with a short barrel. Double-barrel shotgun, it's just two barrels, one side by side, and then a .22 rifle, which is also a semi-automatic, small caliber rifle.
From your understanding, these guns belong to Huston Danker.
Correct.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as 298. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what 298 will be?
That is the .22 rifle that I received from Brad Sieck belonging to Huston Danker.
As part of the investigation in this case, was that type of firearm of interest that you and your other officers were looking for?
It was.
When you received this firearm, what did you do with it?
It was initially checked into evidence at the Tama County Sheriff's Office, and then it was delivered to the Iowa DCI lab in Ankeny, I believe by Detective Killian.
Why was it delivered to the lab?
To be tested against the casing that we found at the scene of the homicide.
So, as part of the investigation, you were aware that there was a casing of a .22 that had been found at the scene, and Therefore, you needed to confirm if it's the same firearm that had been used, correct?
That is correct.
As part of your investigation, did you check to see if the defendant, Karina Cooper, had a permit to use a firearm and was someone who was either authorized to use firearms or have a firearm with her?
I did.
Can you tell me what you did to find that out?
So I checked the records at the Tama County Sheriff's Office. We keep a computerized record of anybody who obtains a permit to purchase or a permit to carry firearms in our database at the Sheriff's Office.
I'm going to show you what has been marked in statement 2 or 3 for the purposes of identification. Do you recognize what 2 or 3 will be?
I do.
What is 2 or 3?
That would be a printout of the electronic record that we maintain at the Sheriff's Office showing that Karina has or had a permit to carry weapons.
Fair and accurate of what you have as a printout from your office?
Yes.
We move to agree 2 or 3.
Any objection?
Need to see it first, Judge.
All right.
No objection, Your Honor.
Then Exhibit 203 is admitted.
So to get a permit to have a firearm, what does a person need to do?
So the initial permit at that time would require you to provide proof of satisfactory training, and that the satisfactory part is determined by the state of Iowa, not determined by the Tama County Sheriff's Office. But you would have to provide proof of training for the initial permit. A renewal permit does not require, we just use the initial training.
And the initial training, does that consist of firing a firearm, using a firearm, being able to handle a firearm?
It does.
And as you testified, what we have that's been admitted as 2 or 3 is a renewal permit, and for that you don't have to do anything for renewal anymore, correct?
Correct.
So once you get the initial permit where you have to show your capability of using the firearm, after that you just yearly renew it without having to do any further training with the firearm, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination by, I'm not sure, Mr. Hawbaker?
It's me. I should have lit up my light. Thanks,
Oh, that's
Judge.
all right.
It's okay. Did you ever go to the scene at the Cooper's house? Did you ever go there?
I did.
Okay. And were you aware that part of the initial investigation, there were several firearms disclosed and turned over from the Cooper house?
I was.
Okay. Did Huston Danker, up until obviously the time that you retrieved these weapons, ever turn over weapons to the Tama County Sheriff's Department?
There was one other weapon that he turned over.
Okay. And was that the Ruger long rifle?
Potentially, I guess, I'm not sure about the Ruger. I personally accepted that from him in November of 2023 and delivered it to the lab. I don't recall the brand.
It's from who?
Huston Danker.
What was that gun?
It was a 22.
Okay. Was it exhibit, what is it? 298? 298. Was it exhibit 298?
It was not.
Okay. So those guns, the only way that you retrieve those is from Mr. Sieck.
Yes.
Exhibit 203, which was the Tama County Sheriff's Department's information on Ms. Cooper's permit to carry. That permit to carry was issued in 2016, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And as part of obtaining a permit to carry, while I could understand why some training might have you fire the firearm, it's not actually required for the permit, is it?
Not for Iowa.
So it is possible for somebody to obtain the permit and never having fired whatever firearm they may have.
It is possible.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're free to go. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, if we may have a minute, Your Honor.
You may.
The state calls Jonna Berry.
Good morning. Ms. Berry, if you want to have a seat to my far left when you get up here, that'd be great. And that microphone's on. You can move it around however you'd like. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in first, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and then can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them for us for the record?
It's Jonna Berry, Jonna Berry.
All right, thank you, Ms. Berry. Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, I work at the DCI, which is the Division of Criminal Investigations, Crime Laboratory. So I work in the toxicology section as well as on the crime scene team.
Can you just briefly tell us what the toxicology section is?
So the toxicology section tests blood and urine for drugs.
Okay. And the crime scene team, can you tell us about that?
Yes, so as a member of the crime scene team, we're on call a few times a year, and we will go out to assist cities or towns with homicides or crime scenes that they aren't able to handle themselves.
What is your training and experience?
So in the crime scene team, I have a year-long or a week-long course at the Iowa Association of Identification. It was put on in 2016. It was a week-long course on basic crime scene school. And then in 2017, I attended the Advanced Crime Scene School put on by the same association.
As part of your experience, you visited various crime scenes over the years?
I have.
Were you part of the investigation that brings us to this courtroom today?
I was.
Okay. Can you tell us what your involvement was in this investigation?
So my partner, Madison Martin, and I went to a residence at 2798 Iowa Highway 8 in Traer, Iowa. And we were asked to process that residence for trace amounts of blood and any other items that may have evidential value to the death investigation that occurred in 2021. And this was in 2024.
Do you know what month in 2024?
In May.
Okay. So will around May 8th or on or about May 6th, I believe, would have been the date?
Yes, May 8th.
Did you have some instructions or some knowledge of some of the things that you would be looking for at this residence?
Yes, we did.
Did you know the owner of this residence?
We were informed that Mr. Huston Danker was the residence of that address.
So you're going to this residence in Traer, believing that the owner would be Mr. Huston Danker?
Yes.
Can you tell us what are some of the things that you were tasked with doing at this residence?
Yes, so like I said, we were screening for trace amounts of blood. So we used some of our reagents called Blue Star to search for blood. And we also were informed that Mr. Danker may have been wearing a red or maroon sweatshirt and blue jeans at the time. So we searched the residence for that type of clothing as well.
So you're looking for items of clothing.
Correct.
And you're also looking for presence of blood at the residence.
That's correct.
Can you describe the residence for the jury briefly?
Yes, so the residence was located out kind of in the country. It was a 2-story house with a basement. There was a machine shed as well as kind of a detached garage, additional shed around the building with some grain bins or silos as well on the property.
What do you do when you go to a crime scene like this? What are some of the things that you do?
Well, the first thing we do is we kind of take what's called like an outside-in approach. So we'll photograph the exterior of the residence and then photograph the interior as we walk through for the first time. One person will do the photos and the other person begins sketching the scene and taking notes. And we do this sort of initial documentation in order to document the scene as it was when we arrived before we end up searching or processing anything.
You talked about there being one of the things you're tasked to was to look for the presence of blood. How do you do that from your analysis standpoint?
So one of the screening reagents we use is called Blue Star. And so Blue Star is really helpful to better visualize blood stains when you can't see them with your naked eye. So when you spray it on, it will do a chemiluminescence reaction where basically it glows blue if it comes in contact with small amounts of blood.
So it's a chemical reagent that will be able to tell the presence or absence of blood?
Yes.
Could you explain the process of applying that Blue Star?
So in this process, since the reaction glows blue, the first thing we have to do is make the room as dark as possible in order to better visualize that. Once we can make the room as dark as possible, we'll spray the Blue Star over an area and then document where we see any sort of what we call positive reactions or that glowing blue reaction, yeah.
Was there a way that you handled the scene in terms of either cutting it into quadrants or separating it into certain sections?
Yes. So the areas we sprayed, we kind of separated out as far as where the most foot traffic would be, because we were told there might be potential blood on a person's shoe in the area. So we sprayed the entryway at the beginning of the residence first, and then proceeded in to spray the kitchen area as well.
Can you describe what you found in the various areas that you sprayed for this Blue Star?
So in the entryway, we saw some positive reactions on the carpet and kind of a more larger area towards the center. So we ended up collecting that entire carpet to bring back for our DNA section. And we also collected a white rug that was in that area as well.
When you say a positive reaction, what do you mean by that?
I'm sorry, can
When
you
you say a positive reaction, what does that mean?
So that means that that blue star may have come in contact with trace amounts of blood in the carpet.
So it's just an indication that maybe someone tracked some blood, or there's some blood that it's saying there could be some positive for blood on that carpet.
Yes, there's potential for that.
There's some evidence that you found suggesting someone attempted to clean up the carpet or the blood?
It's difficult to say if there was any, I can't tell.
Moving to the kitchen, what did you find?
When we sprayed the kitchen floor, we had a couple small positive reactions on just various areas on the kitchen floor. We just swabbed those areas with cotton swabs to take back to our DNA section.
And as part of what you're testifying to, you stated you take pictures of what you see?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, did that happen in this, when you did this?
Yes, we did.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Remind you what's been marked as State Exhibit 261 through 266. Do you recognize what 261 through 266 will be?
I do.
What are they?
They are photos that we took at the crime scene.
Okay. Now, do they fairly and accurately depict what you took at that time?
They do.
Okay. We move to admit 261 through 266.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. No objection, then exhibits 261 through 266 are admitted.
We'll move to publish.
You may, do you have them ready to go? All right. Hold on.
Are you able to see what has been admitted as 261?
I can.
Okay. You talked about some footwear that you are looking for with a specific pattern. What footwear and what pattern were you looking for?
So there was a footwear impression that was found by the initial crime scene team with a diamond-shaped sort of pattern. So that was the type of pattern that we were looking for on the bottom of these shoes.
Did you, as part of your being in this residence, locate footwear that had what you were looking for in terms of a diamond-shaped pattern?
We believe this pattern was fairly consistent with the footwear impression that was found at the scene.
262, would that be where you found the shoe in this house that belonged to Huston Danker?
Yes, this is in the entryway with the carpet and the black vans. It's where they were located.
And you describe those shoes as a type of shoes called Vans?
Yes, correct.
Fair enough to say 263 is a close-up of that same Vans
Yes.
shoes? What do we see on 264?
So this is a photo of the entryway after we removed the carpet, and we applied Blue Star to the underside of the carpet as well, or that surface.
So, in other words, is that how it appears with the Blue Star?
No, that's actually a flashlight shining onto the floor, because the whole room was dark, so we were trying to get a photo of the floor with the flashlight on it.
How would you describe the floor that you took this picture of?
Well, this is after the carpet was removed, so there's kind of like an adhesive, sticky tack on the floor at that point in time.
Okay, and this is when you'd remove the carpet to that floor?
Yes, this is after the carpet was removed.
What do we see on 265?
This is the same area with just the flashlight moved off to the side. I believe this was before we applied Blue Star to it.
What about 266?
This is another, the same area with the flashlight in a different space.
You described the shoes that you took photos of. Did you collect those shoes for evidence purposes?
We did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 300 for the purposes of identification. Do you recognize what 300 is?
I do.
Are those the same van shoes that you testified to photographing and taking from these residents?
They are.
And there are a pair, there's another pair of these. Do they accurately depict what you took on that day?
Yes.
We'll move to admit State Exhibit 300.
Any objections, Mr. Baker?
None, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 300 is admitted.
I will publish 300 to the jury. Were there electronic devices that you also secured from these residents?
Yes, we collected 3 cell phones.
Do you remember can you describe what cell phones you collected?
There were 2 white iPhones in the kitchen. One had a green case on it, as well as 1 black iPhone in the sort of dining room area on the piano.
And fair enough to say these were taken to the lab for further testing too?
I believe we transferred the custody to Special Agent Villata at the scene, so he took those.
Was there presence of firearms or ammunition or any ballistic evidence that you recovered from Huston Danker's residence?
Yes, we recovered 14 22 caliber fired shell casings from the outdoor, kind of around the porch area of the residence.
We just have a minute, Judge.
You may.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Hawbaker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So your investigation was limited to the visit to Houston Danker's property, is that right?
That's correct.
The footwear that was collected, the vans that have been described, we've heard testimony previously from somebody that does impressions. Okay. Was there an analysis of those impressions found at the Cooper residence of those shoes, with those shoes?
Not at the residence, no.
That wasn't a very good. Are you aware that there was a footwear impression found at the Cooper residence?
I am.
Do you know, and I'm asking this again because I asked it poorly, do you know if the shoes that you found at Huston Danker's residence were compared to those footwear impressions?
I don't know if they were compared.
The evidence of blood that you found at Huston Danker's house, was that ever analyzed, swabs taken?
We collected like the carpet and some swabs, and they were sent to DNA for analysis.
Okay, did you do that analysis?
I did not.
Did you collect the shell casings that you found outside?
We did.
Okay. Did you participate in any matching of those shell casings with firearms found in this case?
I did not.
Every photo that we saw, every shoe that was collected that you participated in were all found at Huston Danker's residence, correct?
That's correct.
And is it understood that at the time of the killing of Brian Cooper, this was the residence that Huston Danker resided in?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
You were tasked to look for a certain type of footwear, correct? Like
Can you
what you
rephrase?
testified to, you're looking for a shoe that can make diamond patterns or will leave such an impression, correct?
Yes, we were looking for that type of pattern.
That's what you found that has been now admitted, correct?
Those were the shoes we thought were best consistent with the pattern.
And fair enough to say there were other people in the lab who were in charge of either doing firearms testing, ballistic testing, and also doing the DNA testing. Your job for this was only to go in and collect some evidence at this residence.
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further?
And the significance of those shoes is quite clear. The shoes that you collected from Huston Danker's place, the Vans, had the similar print characteristics as the markings that were found at the Cooper residence, right?
That's why we collected them. We believed they were a consistent pattern.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step
Thank
down. You're excused. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yeah, the state calls Sabrina Seehafer.
Good morning, ma'am. Just have you come on up to a seat to my far left, if you would. All right, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and then for the record, can you please give us your first name and your last name and spell them both?
My name is Sabrina, Sabrina, Seehafer, Seehafer.
Great, thank you. Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the State of Iowa, Department of Public Safety, Division of Criminal Investigations, Criminalistics Laboratory, better known as the DCI Crime Lab.
So we've heard a lot from other DCI crime lab people you work with, like the lady who just left over here, you work with her, correct?
Yes, I do.
What do you do at the crime lab?
My primary assignment is to the DNA section of the laboratory.
Can you briefly tell the jury your qualifications in terms of education and professional experience to be in your position?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, a master's and a PhD in biochemistry from University of Rochester in Rochester, New York. Once I completed my graduate work, I was employed by the Iowa DCI Crime Lab. I started my training there, and that meets all the guidelines as set forth by the FBI Quality Assurance Standards. Since I've been employed at the DCI, I've also had over 500 continuing education hours, specifically in forensic DNA analysis. In addition, I'm also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in molecular biology.
We hired an expert on DNA yesterday, so I'm not going to ask you much more on what DNA is. I believe it's still consistent to that. So we'll move on. Did you do DNA analysis in this particular case?
Yes.
What items, can you describe to the jury the items you received and what you did with them?
Specifically, I was submitted various items of clothing and shoes and some pieces of carpet, also some swabs and a known reference sample. A subset of those samples I did not analyze. The other ones, I would have looked for the presence of blood, specifically looking for any red-brown stains on items that had not previously been screened with Blue Star from the crime scene team. I would have then done my screening test, presumptive tests to indicate the presence of blood. If they screen positive, they would move on to DNA analysis. If they screen negative, I would not take those samples on further.
Okay. Let's go back and let's talk first on when you received these items. If you had, did you write a report in regards to this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of your report?
Yes, I do.
Will it help you to go through these items line by line to be able to testify in a more clear way for the jury about what you did?
Yes, it would.
The court's permission will ask that she uses a report to refresh her memory.
Any issue with that, Mr. Hotbaker?
No objection to that,
All right.
Judge.
Your Honor, may I open my binder?
You may go ahead and you may use your report.
So starting with the items that were delivered to you on or about May 7th of 2024, can you tell the jury what you had and what you looked at?
So the items received by the laboratory on May 7th were a pair of jeans and another item that contained 2 sweatshirts and a long sleeve t-shirts.
Did you know who these were, or they were these items belonging to a person by the name of Huston Danker?
That's what was indicated on the receipt form when I received the items for the jeans. It did not in the description indicate who the 3 sweatshirts belonged to. Were the 2 sweatshirts and 1 long sleeve t-shirt.
When you say you do DNA analysis, what type of screening did you perform on these items that you've just talked about?
On these specific items, I was screening for the presence of blood.
Okay. And how do you do that?
So when I'm screening for the presence of blood, I first clean my bench area, individually lay out each item of evidence by itself. I examine that item, so I'm looking for the presence of any red-brown stains on the piece of clothing. I would then circle those areas, And then I would collect a subsample of that by dampening 2 sterile swabs and swabbing just a little area of the stain, set those aside, and those swabs would be what I would perform my screening test on. We perform 2 color change screening tests. So I would put the both clear liquids on one swab, one on the other, and then put hydrogen peroxide that pushes the reaction forward. If my screening tests are positive for the presence of blood, one of the samples should turn blue, the other should turn pink. In this case, on all those items, there were 9 stains on the jeans that did not screen positive for the presence of blood, so no DNA testing was attempted. And then on the other shirts, there was actually no stains noted when I examined them, so no screening tests were performed or DNA analysis.
Okay. As you perform your analysis on these items, do you at that time have a known DNA sample of Huston Danker?
I did perform testing on the known buccal sample of Huston Danker. That was received later, submitted to laboratory after I had already examined the items in my report.
Okay. So you at some point have his known DNA samples, but initially you're just detecting if you can find blood in these items that you've testified about, correct?
Yes, so his known was submitted at the end of May, where the other stuff was earlier in May.
Was there blue jeans that you tested that was, I believe, item number, that's the item number 46?
Yes.
And you say blood screening was negative on that item?
Yes, in the 9 areas I tested.
Were there other items that you tested?
Specifically, not on item 46. Those were the only areas. Then I moved on to the next items, item 47.
Okay.
Item 47 contained 2 sweatshirts and a long sleeve t-shirt. I examined each of those items individually and detected no stains on any of those items. So that concluded my exam on item 47.
Okay. What other item did you test?
I tested item 52.
What was that?
That was a pair of black shoes.
Okay. Can you describe what those shoes were?
I would have to refer to my bench notes to describe them.
Okay. If I showed you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 30, Exhibit 300. Sorry. Do you recognize these as those items?
Your Honor, may I get gloves out of my pocket so I can handle the items?
You may.
Yes, I do recognize these items.
How do you recognize what's been admitted as State 300?
So specifically, these black pair of shoes, you can actually see the DCI case number and the item number and the date I examined these 2 shoes written in silver marker, Sharpie marker, on the outside, just above the sole, on each item of shoe, indicating that this is the actual pair of shoes I examined that is associated to item 52. In addition, I also collected swabs of the soles of these shoes, and you can see these swab boxes indicate the DCI case number, the item number, and a description of where I swabbed, and bearing my date and initials of examination.
Thank you. What were you looking for in what's been admitted as State 300?
I was looking for the presence of blood, so once again I was examining them to see if I could find any red-brown stains.
And what was the results of your examination?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 4 areas of the right shoe, and screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 5 areas of the left shoe. Therefore, no further DNA testing was attempted. You will note on those shoes, you'll see circles with a negative/negative. Those are indicating the areas in which I did my presumptive screening tests on.
When you examine items at the lab, do you always find presence of DNA or presence of blood or presence of what you're looking for?
No, we do not.
Okay. Is it a misconception out there that you are a scientist who will always have to find that?
Yes, it is a misconception. We have as many cases that don't have a presence of a body fluid that do. We also have a good subset of cases where no DNA profiles are developed.
And what are some of the reasons why sometimes there's nothing that you find when you test these items?
There could be a lot of different reasons. So one, there could never have been any biological fluids or DNA left on the item. Obviously, wearing pieces of clothing, we'd expect some small amounts of DNA. It could have the biological fluid or DNA could be cleaned off or removed. DNA also cannot be seen by the naked eye, but it can be washed off. It can be degraded, such as leaving something in sunlight, different nature factors such as the dirt, and different things you spray things with can degrade the DNA and make it in a form that it's such small, tiny pieces of DNA that we're not able to develop a DNA profile from it.
Okay. So in other words, things like blood can be cleaned by someone, correct?
Yes.
Passage of time in terms of if this shoe that you're collecting is 3 years down the road or 2 years down the road, that passage of time can degrade that sample of blood that would have been on that item, correct?
Yes. As a piece of shoe or an item of clothing ages out, if it's a small amount of DNA or it's cleaned up, it wouldn't be present there for us to detect with our testing.
Were there any other items that you tested?
Yes, item 53.
Can you tell us about that?
Item 53 was a white rug. Once again, I looked for the presence of any areas of possible blood. My screening test did not indicate the presence of blood on 13 different areas of that rug, so no DNA testing was attempted.
What about item 54?
Item 54 was a large piece of carpet. So specifically in item 54, I did not do any blood screening tests for this. It was indicated when it was submitted in my communication with the crime scene team that collected it, Criminalist Jonna, that they had already applied a blood screening reagent at the scene when they collected these items called Blue Star Forensic. Because Blue Star Forensic uses the same portion of the blood as my other screening test, it was determined that I would not do any screening tests and I would just attempt to sample the areas where she saw the Blue Star reaction in that segment of carpet. So she helped me identify those areas, and I took cuttings of 6 of those areas and attempted DNA on them.
And what were the results of your findings?
No DNA profile was developed from 5 of the areas on the carpet. 1 area did produce a few DNA factors, but those DNA factors were just too weak for any conclusive interpretation.
Okay. And from your understanding, this was they came from a house where a person by the name of Huston Danker was supposed to be living at, correct?
Yes.
Was it surprising? Is it surprising to you that even though this person lived here, you still were unable to find DNA factors or able to retrieve DNA factors from these tests?
No, it's not unexpected. Carpet is something that doesn't either holds a lot of DNA or very little, and typically people walk on it with shoes and not your bare feet, so the bottom soles of your shoes, unless you walked in a biological fluid, would not have very much DNA present. So it's not unexpected. In addition, all of our screening tests are only indications of blood, not human blood. So if those areas did screen positive with Jonna's for blood, it could also be blood of another animal, where my DNA testing is specific for human DNA only.
Can you tell us about the other items that you tested?
Yes. The next item I examined was item 56. This was swabs from marker E and from marker B. Once again, my communication and the receipt form indicated that these swabs were swabs of area that had blue star reaction positive, so therefore I did no further blood screening, but I did attempt DNA on them, and no DNA profile was developed from those swabs.
And again, we are talking about these items that were retrieved by Jonna Berry, who just testified before you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What other item did you test?
I also tested a swab indicated as swabs of marker C. Once again, no DNA profile was developed from that swab.
What item did you test next?
I tested item 58, which was a pair of tan moccasins. No stains were noted in my examination, but they're indicated that they possibly saw something on the right sole that I didn't see in my examination at the crime scene. So I went ahead and swabbed the right sole area of that right moccasin to attempt DNA testing on it in case the stained area just lightened in the transport. And once again, no DNA profile was developed.
What's the next item that you tested?
Item 59, which was a pair of brown boots.
What were the results of your test?
Once again, no stains were noted on the boots, but I did attempt to swab the soles of those boots and do DNA testing. And once again, no DNA profiles were developed from the swabs of the soles of those boots.
And again, these were boots that, as reported to you, belonged to either Huston Danker or found at his house, correct?
These boots were collected by the crime scene team. As for the ownership, I'm unaware.
Okay. What else did you test next?
That was the end of my examinations of items from the scene. I then examined the known buccal sample of Huston Danker. So because you previously heard that DNA, if we develop a profile, we can't tell whose DNA profile it is. So I developed that known DNA profile so that if I did have DNA profiles developed, I would have that for comparison's sake.
Okay. And so you developed a DNA profile of Huston Danker.
Yes.
But fair enough to say that the bulk of your work that you did was testing most of these items and receiving a negative answer in terms of a DNA profile in these items, correct?
Yes, I did not develop any interpretable DNA profiles from all the items I sampled for DNA.
Even though they seem to be items that humans interact with, someone could have interacted with in terms of wearing the shoes or using the carpet in that residence, correct?
Yes, but my sampling of the shoes were on the outside area, so typically you would leave your DNA on the inside or the tongue area, so all of my testing was not in those areas.
So you talked about testing the outside. If you tested the inside, would you expect to find the DNA of the wearer of the shoe?
Yes, I would expect to get some DNA factors when you're testing for wearer DNA on the inside of the shoe. Sometimes it's not a complete profile, but I would have expected to get at least more than I got on anything else I tested.
And did you get anything, or?
Only one sample, and it only gave me 3 DNA peaks, so I would have expected to get at least a partial profile or mixture from the inside of wearer's shoes.
Can you explain that more?
So we're going to go back to what was probably talked about yesterday, so bear in mind that some of this might be repeat, but so because we test 21 locations, I have, because you give it half your DNA from mom and half your DNA from dad, you have no possibility of leaving 2 peaks at any one location. So the 1 2-week profile from the carpet stain, I saw 2 peaks over the 21 locations and 1 peak at a sexing locus or location. So in a wearer DNA, as you continually wear something, you can leave your DNA behind. But because it's skin cell DNA, it can be degraded or slough off. So that's why I said that I would at least expect to get a partial DNA profile consistent with a lot more factors than what I got from the one item, one cutting that I got a few DNA factors from. Sometimes because people share different items of clothing, you might get more than 2 peaks at locations, which would indicate a mixture of DNA.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Mr. Hawbaker, any questions?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Stay prepared to call its next witness.
The state calls Vic Murillo. The court gives me 1 minute to just check with him.
Yep. If anybody wants to stand up and stretch, go right ahead. All right, let's go ahead and have a seat. Yep. Good morning, sir. Can I have you come on up here to my far left, if you would? And you can go ahead and have a seat when you get there. Yeah, go ahead and have a seat. So that microphone's on. You can adjust it however you'd like. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and sir, for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them for us?
Yes. First name is Victor, V-I-C-T-O-R. Last name is Murillo. Last name is M-U-R-I-L-L-O.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Codiaga, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Murillo.
Good morning.
Can you tell this jury what you do for a living?
Well, I'm currently employed as a criminalist, part-time with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations State Crime Laboratory in Ankeny, Iowa.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in this position?
I began my employment in July of 1982. I spent 41 and a half years as a full-time employee of the crime laboratory. I actually retired at the end of 2023 and then was hired back. So I'm back working as a part-time employee, helping with some backlog, with some training, some other things. And I've been doing that for the last year or so.
As in the course of your duties with the crime lab, have you been in various positions, and what position were you last in, or are you in now?
Yeah, so in 1982, I started as a laboratory aide or laboratory assistant, where I helped with several different sections of the lab, working mostly in photography. In 1985, I became a criminalist. I began working arson, explosive cases, gunshot residue cases, trace evidence cases. In 1989, I became full-time in the firearms section, so began working with firearm-related evidence at that time and have been doing that ever since.
Okay. What's your education background?
So I have an Associate of Arts degree in criminalistics from the Des Moines Area Community College in Ankeny. I took several classes that were kind of related to the different sections of the lab that I currently work in. So I had a firearm class, I had a fingerprint class, a drug class, so several different classes that were kind of related to what I do today. I also have a bachelor's degree from Drake University out of Des Moines. That degree program was kind of a general science program, so a lot of the criminalists are science majors, so either chemistry or biology or physics. So mine is kind of a combination, so I took all of those types of classes. So education-wise, formally, that was the extent of my background. Once you become employed in the laboratory, you're going to be assigned to a certain section of the lab, and then there's additional training that you will have to go through.
As a firearms and Toolmark expert, have you testified as an expert in this in court and various cases in the state of Iowa?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you briefly tell the jury the science of firearms and Toolmark that you do?
I'm sorry, the type?
Can you tell the jury briefly the science of firearms and how firearms work?
Yeah, so again, currently I'm assigned to the firearm and Toolmark section of our laboratory, so most of what we are going to look at are going to be guns or firearms. We're going to test fire a lot of those guns, do some type of examination on them, and then we also look at a number of fired components, so a lot of fired bullets, fired cartridge cases, trying to match them to one another or match them eventually to a firearm.
So fair enough to say, in the course of your career, you've fired or test fired a lot of firearms.
Yes, so kind of depends on the day-to-day operation for me, and some days I will look at a dozen firearms in one day. Other cases I might look at one gun in a week, depending on the case. So if there's a lot of other evidence that needs to be compared to that one firearm, it may take a full week to look at all of those other components before I eventually get to that gun. So over the years, yes, I've looked at thousands of firearms since 1982.
Okay, so I see that you're wearing what appears to be Apple headphones. Is
Yes.
that for because you need that to help for your hearing?
Yes, I do have a hearing impairment, and these do help with my hearing, so I'm actually using them as a hearing aid. So
Okay.
I'm not listening to anything else. I don't have my phone with me, so I'm only listening to what's going on in the courtroom today.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up with the jury in case someone's wondering why you have some headphones on.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to this particular case that we are here in this courtroom for. Were you at some point in charge of reviewing certain firearms or multiple firearms to test whether they were firearms consistent with a cartridge that had been found at the residence where Mr. Cooper had been shot?
Yes, I was the first one to get involved with the firearms evidence in this particular incident. So I looked at several items back in 2021.
Okay. And before we go into that, can you just, for the sake of the jurors who are not very familiar with firearms, can you just walk them through how a firearm works, the various components of a firearm, and the terminologies like bullets, cartridges that they've had? Just explain to them what those would be.
Yeah, so it's a little hard to explain a firearm because there are a lot of different types of firearms out there. There are the old style revolvers where you have a cylinder that is filled with a number of different cartridges. Every time we pull the trigger, the gun fires, a wheel turns so that one of the chambers is in line with the barrel. Bullet goes down the barrel towards the target that we're aiming at. We release the trigger, pull it again, cylinder rotates, another cartridge, a live round is lined up with the barrel, fires, bullet goes down the barrel, and we can continue to do that until we fire all, usually like 5 or 6 of those cartridges in that cylinder. There are also semi-automatic pistols and rifles where we're going to have a magazine that is going to hold several cartridges at a time. Could be anywhere from 6 to 7 cartridges or live rounds of ammunition to 30 or more cartridges that are held in that magazine. That magazine is usually inserted into the bottom of the gun, whether it's a handgun or a rifle. And then there is a bolt or a slide that's going to be reciprocated. It moves back and forth on top of the firearm to cycle the ammunition from the magazine into the chamber. When it's fired, it pulls the fired cartridge case out of the chamber and ejects it so it's left somewhere close to that weapon when it's discharged, but the bullet still goes down the barrel towards the target that we're aiming at. So every time we pull the trigger, the gun fires. There's nothing mechanical that happens other than that slide or that bolt moving back and forth. It chambers the round for us, and it extracts and ejects the fired cartridge case for us. So all we have to do is pull the trigger, and it fires. We release the trigger, pull the trigger again, and it will fire again until we've used up all of the ammunition in that magazine. So the ammunition is the live cartridges that we're talking about that go into that magazine or go into that cylinder. Ammunition is basically what we call a cartridge or a live round. So that cartridge is made up of 4 components. One is the cartridge case. A cartridge case is kind of like a cup, coffee cup if you will, that holds all of the other components. At the bottom of that coffee cup or that cartridge case is a primer. It's a small pressure-sensitive explosive material that's imparted into the base of that cartridge case. So when we pull the trigger, the hammer goes forward or the firing pin goes forward, and it's going to strike that primer on the base of that cartridge case and cause a spark on the inside of that cartridge case. Inside of that cartridge case is going to be powder, smokeless powder. When that spark goes off from the primer, it's going to ignite the powder. That powder is going to burn, create a lot of pressure, and that's going to push the bullet, which is on the top of that cartridge, down the barrel and towards the target that we're aiming at. So that cartridge is made up of 4 components. The cartridge case, the primer at the bottom, the powder on the inside, and the bullet or the projectile that's on the front or the forward end of that cartridge. When we fire the gun, the bullet is going to go down the barrel towards the target, the cartridge case is either going to be left inside of the gun and has to be manually removed, as in the revolver that we talked about, or it's going to be physically extracted and ejected by the gun, and it's going to be left somewhere close to that weapon when it's discharged. So those are the things that we're normally looking for at a crime scene. Is going to be the fired bullets, the fired cartridge cases that are going to be somewhere close or in the firearm, and then if they're outside of the gun, so we have fired bullets at a crime scene, fired cartridge cases at a crime scene, we can possibly match them to one another to try and determine whether they all came from the same gun or not, or we can possibly try to match them to one specific firearm. Were they fired by this particular gun? So that's my job, is to look at those fired components, look at the firearms, try to determine sometimes whether those bullets and those cartridge cases came from that specific firearm.
Let's unpack a little bit of that. You've talked about cartridge casings. Is that what sometimes people call casings, just or shell casings?
Yeah, it's known by a number of different nomenclatures, a little different for everybody. So yeah, it could be a casing. Sometimes we call it cartridge case. I refer to it as a cartridge case.
Okay. But if there's a reference to a casing, it's pretty much synonymous to a cartridge case.
Yes, I would know what they were talking about. Yes, same thing.
And to be clear, that's what ejects in some firearms. When you fire, the bullet goes and the casings ejects from the gun.
Correct.
Okay. When the casing ejects from the gun, does it sometimes behave in an unpredictable manner in terms of where it will land or how it will travel?
Yeah, that cartridge case, when it ejects, is going to eject from that firearm differently for every firearm. Every gun ejects it in a different direction, a different distance. It kind of depends on the firearm. It depends on the ammunition. How powerful is that ammunition? It depends on how the gun is held, what position or what direction that gun is held as to where that cartridge case will end up as well. So there are a number of variables that are taken into consideration. If we find a cartridge case at a scene, we can kind of be general in getting an idea of where that cartridge case came from, where was the gun, but in some cases we may not be able to be very specific.
So in other words, yeah, if the flooring, the nature of the flooring, the way it bounces once it ejects out can affect where it lands and eventually ends up.
Yeah, again, that's another whole set of variables. Once it hits the floor, it is cylindrical in shape, so it will roll on a smooth floor. It will bounce, it will hit a wall, furniture, so it may not end up in the same position where it eventually fell after it was fired. It may get kicked out on a street. They get run over and get moved by vehicles and people walking. So, yeah, they could be in a different position once we're doing our investigation from where they originally fell at the time of the shooting.
When you, and I don't know if you talked about a caliber. What do we mean when we hear the term caliber weapon or something to that extent?
Yeah, so the caliber or the cartridge name refers to the ammunition that's being used. In this particular case today, we're going to talk about .22 caliber ammunition. So 22 caliber ammunition, same thing that we talked about before. It has a cartridge case. It has a priming material that's around the rim at the bottom of the cartridge case instead of being in the middle, but it still has powder. Still has a bullet, so we still have a bullet that's being fired. We have a cartridge case sometimes that's going to be ejected, so nothing different. The .22 cartridge case, or the .22 cartridges, the live ammunition, is probably the smallest cartridge that we usually deal with at the laboratory, but it's also sometimes the most popular. It used to be the most popular cartridge that we would see in shooting cases.
And tell us more about that.
The .22 ammunition?
Yeah.
So yeah, again, you know, back in the day, a long time ago when I started doing this type of casework, I saw a lot of revolvers. We didn't see a lot of semi-automatic pistols. So a lot of revolvers and a lot of .22 caliber cartridges. .22 ammunition is probably the most popular type of ammunition that's out there. You can find it almost everywhere. So as long as you have a .22 caliber cartridge and the gun is designed for .22 caliber ammunition, that cartridge should fit in that gun. So it doesn't make any difference who made it, who the manufacturer is. As long as the cartridge name and the designation for that firearm is the same, then they should be compatible with one another.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how Toolmark comparison works?
I'm sorry, how?
Can you tell the jury how Toolmark comparison works, how you compare firearms and what cartridge was used?
Sorry, I still didn't hear part of that.
Can you tell the jury what you do in terms of comparing a firearm and whether this particular cartridge was used in that firearm?
In a specific firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So when I look at the evidence in the case, I may look at a firearm, and so the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take a lot of information off of that gun, make, model, serial number. I'm going to check the safeties on the gun, make sure that everything is working correctly, and eventually that gun is going to be test-fired. We're going to produce test-fired bullets, test-fired cartridge cases from that firearm. Those are going to be my knowns. I know they came from that specific firearm because I just test-fired it. So those test-fired bullets, test-fired cartridge cases are my knowns that will eventually be used to compare to the unknowns. As I go through all of the unknowns, the bullets and cartridge cases from the scene, again, I'm taking a lot of notes, a lot of information is taken from each of them. The cartridge case, I'm going to look at it. I know that it's .22 caliber from the shape and the size. We can measure it. We look at the head stamp information so we know who manufactured that particular cartridge. I can look at the bullet, look at the diameter of the bullet, and the diameter should be roughly 0.22 of an inch wide, so I know it's consistent with a .22 caliber bullet coming from a .22 caliber cartridge case or cartridge. I then begin looking at some of the information that's put on those items by the firearm. On the cartridge case, I'm looking at the firing pin impression. It could be a number of different shapes. It could be round or square or rectangular in shape. So I'll make a note of that as well. And then when I look at the bullet, not only do I look at the caliber and the diameter, but I'm going to weigh it, and I'm going to look at all of the rifling information that's present on that fired bullet. That bullet is going to go down the barrel of a firearm. The inside of the barrel is going to have spiral grooves that are on the inside of that barrel. As the bullet travels down the barrel, the outside of the bullet is going to come in contact with the rifling on the inside of the barrel. It's going to cause that bullet to spin with the rifling as it moves down the barrel. The inside of the barrel of the gun may have 6 grooves in it. It may have 5. It may have 22. The numbers are all different. It may spin the bullet clockwise. It may spin it counterclockwise. So you may have a right twist or it may have a left twist to it. So I can look at the firearm. I can count the number of lands and grooves in the barrel. Look at the widths of the rifling dimensions that are in that barrel. And then I'll also look at the bullet. Does it have the same number of land and groove impressions on it as what I'm seeing on the barrel? So if I have a bullet that is 6 right, 6 land and groove impressions with a right hand twist, and I have a barrel that has 5 lands and grooves with a left hand twist, then I know that that bullet could not have come from that particular firearm, because the class rifling characteristics are totally different. So that's my job initially when I'm looking at those items, to look at the cartridge case, firing pin information, breech face information, look at the bullet, take as much information off of that bullet as I can, the caliber, what the bullet is made of, whether it's lead or copper plated or brass plated, the rifling information that's present on it. I can count the number, I look at the direction, I can measure the dimensions of that rifling information. From all of that information, I can put it into a computer database and get an idea of the types of firearms and makes and models of guns that could have fired that particular bullet. And that may be good investigative information that will usually show up in my report.
So in,
Mr. Kodiak, I was going to actually stop you. I think now's a good time to take our mid-morning break. So we've been going a little over an hour and a half. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take approximately a 15-minute break at this point. And again, I would remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously. All right, go ahead and be seated, everyone. Mr. Kodiaga, Ms. Williams, do we need to wait for Mr. Ringel? Up to you, that's fine.
I think we can proceed.
Okay. All right, so we are back on the record after our mid-morning break. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties present. Agent Murillo is on the stand. And sir, even though we had a break, I would just remind you that you're still under oath. And with that, Mr. Kodiaga, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you. I think when we stopped, we discussed briefly about firearms, how they work, what your examination entails. And I don't know if you talked to the jury about the purpose of your examination in trying to find a firearm that has been, or a cartridge or a bullet that has been fired from a particular gun, and what that tells, whether guns or bullets tell a story based on what they leave behind. Can you just explain that briefly to the jury?
Yeah, so I think I talked a little bit about it. On that cartridge case, you're going to have a specific size and shape of the firing pin impression. On the bullet, you're going to have information that's there that we can look at and try to compare that to the rifling on the inside of the barrel of the gun of a suspect firearm. So those are the first things that we will look at. When we actually do a comparison, we're going to look at a little bit more. So when we get a firearm in, I'm going to test fire that gun. I'm going to place one of the test-fired cartridge cases underneath a comparison microscope and then place an unknown underneath the microscope. And I begin looking at both of those items at the same time, side by side. I'm going to begin looking at what we call unique individual characteristics that are inside of that firing pin impression. Tiny little scratches, impressions, tiny little markings, and the same thing on the bullet. The outside of the bullet will not only have that rifling information present, but there are going to be tiny little scratches and striations that come specifically from that barrel of that gun that it was fired from. So I began looking at all the tiny little scratches and striations. It kind of looks like a little barcode, if you will, little lines, thin lines, thick lines, deep lines, shallow lines. And there's a specific pattern that's going to be on every bullet that comes from that particular barrel. And that pattern is going to be unique to that particular firearm and will be different than the pattern that we will see on every other firearm. So that pattern that we're seeing on the fired bullet, the markings that we see on the cartridge case are going to be unique to a specific firearm. So we can look at the test fires from the gun, look at the unknowns, see if they have the same pattern. If they do, then we know that they came from that particular firearm, the unknowns. If they have a different pattern or different shape or different size or different number, then we know that that bullet or that cartridge case did not come from that particular firearm. So we can eliminate it, we can identify it and say, yes, it definitely came from that particular firearm. Sometimes it's inconclusive. You may be able to look at some of the markings and there's just not enough information there. I don't know whether it came from that gun or not. I'm just not sure because of damage, or maybe the gun just isn't producing any markings. There's a lot of different variables, again, that are taken into consideration. So we may call it inconclusive. And the fourth thing that we will sometimes look at is tiny little pieces of evidence that really have no value, and sometimes we'll say that they're unsuitable. So those are the four things that we normally will come to conclusion with when we look at those items. But hopefully what we can do is find the correct firearm and eventually match those bullets, cartridge cases, to a specific firearm.
As part of your job in this particular case, were you tasked with trying to find, there was, I believe, what you've referred to as a cartridge casing that was found at the scene of this crime. Were you trying to match that cartridge casing to certain guns that were delivered to you to see if those guns had been used to fire that cartridge casing?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may. And you don't need to ask again with this witness.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit 294. Do you recognize what 294 will be?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what 294 is?
Sorry, 294, State Exhibit 294 is my item 6 as it came into the laboratory. This is a fired cartridge case that came from the scene, and one of the items that I initially looked at that's in my initial report.
So you identified 294 as the casing, what we've called casing, colloquially, or cartridge casing, that came from the scene, that you were tasked with trying to find which firearm had fired that casing.
Correct.
We'll move to admit 294.
No objection, Your Honor.
294 is then admitted.
You've talked about that casing. You determined that that casing was fired from a 22.
Correct. So as we look at that cartridge case, I can tell that it is a 22 caliber, probably from a 22 long or a 22 long rifle cartridge. They both use the same cartridge case. And I can also see the manufacturer. I think this one was made by Winchester, which is a popular ammunition manufacturer. So all that information is in my notes, including the size and shape of that firing pin impression that we talked about. Because it is a fired cartridge case, it's going to have an impression from the firing pin when it hit, and so that information was also documented.
And when you say 22 long, that's a long rifle.
22 long or 22 long rifle, they are different, but they use the same cartridge case.
Now, did you have certain firearms that had been either retrieved from the scene or had been brought to you that you're trying to eliminate or find if they're the ones that had fired that cartridge casing?
Yeah, so initially I looked at 2 bullets, I looked at a fired cartridge case, and there was 1 firearm that was also submitted along with those items. So I compared those items to that 1 firearm initially.
And you said you looked at 2 bullets. Can you tell us what those were or what you looked at?
Those were, they're my items 20 and 21. They were bullets that came from the head of the decedent.
Okay. So bullet and bullet fragments that came from Mr. Cooper's head?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 296. Do you recognize what 296 and 97 would be?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they are?
Item 296 is my item 20. There are actually 2 different bullets, 22 caliber bullets that were in that item. And then State's item 297 is my item 21. 21 is some tiny little fragments of lead that were, in this case, they were unsuitable. They just didn't have any information on them. But an additional fragments that also came from the head as well.
And your lab is also attached to the State Medical Examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you examine, first I'll move to admit 296 and 297.
Any objection to 296 or 297?
No, Your Honor.
296 and 297 are then admitted.
You observed, thank you. You observed 296 and 97. Can you describe to the jury what the characteristics or what you observed in this, what has been admitted as 296 and 97?
Yeah, so I kind of talked about 297. Again, it's just tiny little fragments that were unsuitable. They're There's no rifling information. I couldn't get a caliber, nothing. It's just very, very small fragments of lead that were of no value. The other item, 296, my item 20, there's actually 2 different bullets in there, 2 fired bullets. And so those 2 items are the ones that I looked at. Take the information, rifling information off of those. I weighed them, looked at the composition, all of that. They were very similar to one another, had the same type of rifling on them. Again, 22 caliber bullets coming from a 22 caliber firearm of some sort.
Were they in a damaged condition, or what was their physical condition?
Yeah, well, I took photographs of them as well, but yes, they were flattened, or the nose, front end of the bullet was flattened quite a bit, kind of mushroomed out. So they were distorted and damaged from impact, and that's pretty normal when a bullet hits something very hard, especially something like this bullet. These bullets, again, are made out of lead. Lead is very soft, so when it hits something hard, it tends to smash and become much more distorted than a copper-jacketed bullet or a brass-jacketed bullet that we will see in other types of ammunition. So not unusual that it was flattened and distorted, but it still had a little bit of rifling information there that I could base some information on.
When you compared the cartridge casing, did you have some firearms then that you tested to see if they were consistent with the cartridge casing that you found, that was found at the scene?
Yeah, so I looked at the bullets, again, compared them to one another. I gave some investigators some information about the gun that they were looking for. There was one firearm that was submitted with these items. It was a Savage rifle that I believe was found at the scene. So I compared these items to that rifle, and that rifle was eliminated as the firearm that was used to fire these items.
And when you say at the scene, fair enough to say it wasn't at the scene where Mr. Cooper was dead, but in that home in Traer.
Yeah, I meant in general. I think it may have been found in another building or something, but it was part of that original search that was done. There was a 22 caliber rifle that was found, so they submitted it. I looked at it, but it was not the correct rifle.
In fact, if your report says it was found in the safe in the red garage, will that be fair and accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so these Savage Arms Rascal bolt action 22 was in a safe in the red garage, and you compared it with that casing that was found inside the house or next to the door, and it was not the firearm that had fired that shell casing.
That is correct.
Did you compare another firearm or any other firearm?
Yeah, there were 3 other firearms that were submitted. One about a month later, I think it was a Ruger pistol. And then another year or 2 later, there were 2 additional firearms, another Ruger rifle, and also a Marlin rifle that were submitted. So I looked at all of those firearms as well, compared them to these items, these unknown items, and did a comparison of those items as well.
And what was your findings from comparing these firearms to that cartridge casing that was known?
So those additional firearms were also eliminated as a suspect firearm, so they were not used to fire the bullets or cartridge cases in this incident.
Okay, they were not the firearms that killed Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
When you looked at the casings and the bullet, were you trying to also find, as you've talked about, that you're trying to look at various firearms or trying to talk to your investigators to look for particular firearms, were you trying to rule or find which firearm could have fired those bullets?
Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier, I can look at the cartridge case, look at that rifling information that's on the bullets, measure the dimensions of that rifling information. It can be entered into a computer database. We actually have a couple of different computer databases that we use, and those databases will tell us all of the makes and models of guns that have those specific dimensions in their barrels. So that particular list was actually very long. It was several pages long, hundreds of firearms that had that 22 caliber, 6 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, the width of the dimensions that I found on all of those hundreds and hundreds of firearms that were on that list. So that list was generated as part of my notes, and also in my report I indicated there is a long list of firearms that could have been used to fire this particular bullet. Hopefully, in some cases, we like to narrow it down so we can say this is the one gun that you're looking for, but unfortunately, the 22 caliber, six right rifling that we found on these bullets is probably the most popular rifling dimensions that we see on 22 caliber rifles. So there are a lot of firearms that have those dimensions, but there was a list that was generated.
Did that list include a Ruger 1022?
Yes, there was a Ruger 1022 that was on the list that I originally generated.
So as part of what you generated and what you're looking for was a possibility of this being that the bullets that killed Ryan Cooper came from a Ruger 1022 long
Yes,
rifle?
that is one possibility, yes.
Okay. Now, how loud is a Ruger 1022 long rifle in a closed, small living room space?
Well, any firearm is going to be extremely loud, especially in a small room. Sound waves are going to bounce off of the walls, so you're going to hear it much more loudly, if I can say it that way. So it's going to be kind of the equivalent of a very large firecracker if it were to go off in that room. Every gun is a little bit different. Depends on what's in the room, what the walls are made of, what furniture is in there. So it's a little different for every scene, but it's going to be extremely loud.
Okay. But in a wall that's not from, there's no reason to believe it's soundproof or anything to that extent, and a small room, in the quiet of the night, it will be a loud sound.
Yes, it will.
And 2 shots from a Ruger 1022 long rifle will be two loud sounds.
Yeah, you should hear 2 distinct loud pops or loud bangs, if you will, that are coming from those 2 shots that are being fired.
I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I don't think you were part of any investigation of firearms that were seized in 2024, is that right?
No, the firearms I looked at were submitted in 2021 and 2023. I remember there were no, I was not working in 2024. I think I mentioned I retired at the end of 2023. Okay. So anything that came into the laboratory in 2024 would have been examined by another individual.
Okay. And when you talk about sound, there are ways of muffling sounds of firearms.
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing that can affect whether or not something's loud in any given environment would be if somebody's running a fan or something like that. It would muffle it, at least to them.
Yeah, if there's other sounds in the room that could, it's not going to make the sound of the gun any less, but it's going to kind of drown out what you're trying to hear. Yes.
It's going to obscure your hearing of it, right?
It could,
Yeah.
yes.
And the 22, that's a small caliber bullet.
It is, yes.
And I assume since the projectile that it has to get moving down that barrel is one of the smallest, that the amount of powder that's needed to make that happen is less than larger caliber bullets.
Yes.
Okay. And oftentimes the sound is related to that kind of mini explosion that happens in the chamber, right?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Anything further?
We just have a minute, Judge.
You may.
Nothing else from the state. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank you.
Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
State calls Kristin Hart.
Good morning, ma'am. Maybe you just come up and take a seat to my far left, if you would. That microphone's on. You can adjust it however you'd like. I'm going to swear you in first, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, and for the record, can you please give us your first and last names and spell them for us?
Yes, my name is Kristin, Kristin, Hart, Hart.
Right, thank you. Mr. Kodiaga, whenever you're ready.
You've stated your name. Good morning.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I am a criminalist at the Iowa DCI Crime Laboratory, where I am in the Firearms and Toolmark section of the lab.
You've just had Vic Murillo come out of the stand. You work with Vic Murillo, correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been with the DCI Crime Lab?
I've been at the crime lab since 2006 and the firearms section since 2017.
Okay. Do you do similar job that Mr. Murillo does?
Yes, I do.
So I'm not going to bore the jury by going through all about firearms anymore. I think they understand that pretty well. In this case, were you in charge of doing firearms examination?
Yes, I was.
When did you get involved in this case?
I got involved 2024, May-ish of 2024.
Okay. When you got involved, were you, Mr. Murillo has testified that he was in the process of trying to find the particular firearm that had been used to kill Ryan Cooper.
Yes.
Was that part of your task to take over and try to determine which firearm had been used to kill Mr. Cooper?
Yes, it was.
Okay. As part of that, did you then examine certain firearms?
I did.
Can you tell us what firearms you examined?
In the first examination, I examined 5 long guns and 1 handgun. In the second examination that I performed, I examined another rifle or long gun.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your report with you?
I have a copy of the second report, but not the first report.
Okay. Would giving you a copy of your reports help refresh your memory on what you would have examined?
Yes, it would.
Permission to approach?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Do you have a chance to look at your reports and see what you examined?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What were the first items that you examined?
So like we talked about in the report, I've noted here that there was a pistol, a .22 pistol, and then 5 .22 long rifle, long guns or rifles, and those were examined in the laboratory. I test fired them, and then I compared them to a submitted cartridge case, and the conclusions of that cartridge case are also in that report.
Okay. Now, beginning with that, there was a cartridge case that's now been admitted as State 294. Was that the cartridge case that had been found at the residence where Ryan Cooper was killed?
So in my report, it's lab item number 6, and yes, there was a cartridge case that was submitted for examination.
And as you say, lab item number 6, when the cases come to you, they get a different number. Back at the residence, it was like a placard 5. When it comes over to the lab, you give it a different number to identify it, so it became a 6.
Yes,
And in this courtroom now, we've also given it a number as 294.
sure.
Okay. Now, when you talked about examining this and ruling out this firearm that as the firearm that fired that cartridge case, correct?
That's correct, in this first report of mine.
Okay. Did you examine other firearms as part of this investigation?
Yes, I did. An additional firearm was submitted, and there was another report that I issued to the comparisons.
Can you tell us the date and what was submitted?
Yes, so on May 31st, my report was issued on May 31st, submitted to the laboratory on May 7th, 2024. There was some items of evidence, including a rifle and the original cartridge case. Additional cartridge cases were also submitted a little bit later, but to the findings of that would be in my report, item 13, or report 13, that comparison was done.
Okay. And when you did the comparison, what was your findings?
The microscopic comparisons conducted on the cartridge case from the scene, they were compared to the rifle submitted in report number 13, and the cartridge case was identified as having been fired in that rifle. In my case, that lab item number 49, it was a Ruger 1022 rifle.
Okay. When did you receive this Ruger 1022 rifle?
It was received on May 7th, 2024.
Okay. And what kind of testing did you do with this rifle?
So the rifle was brought back to my laboratory where I took notes. I examined the rifle, confirmed that it was in working order, and then once I did confirm working order, I confirmed the serial number. I went ahead and test fired that rifle. I collected the known cartridge cases and known bullets from that rifle because I was able to collect those from our laboratory, knowing those came from the rifle. Now I can use them as known samples. And then once I had those known samples, I was able to use those on the microscope, the comparison microscope, which I'm assuming you guys might have talked about already, where we're comparing test-fired cartridge cases to the unknown cartridge case, and that's where the conclusion was made.
And what conclusion did you make?
Again, that that cartridge case was fired from that firearm.
Okay, so to be clear with the jury, you finally were able to determine that what had been at the resident as placard 5 came to the lab and became number 6, and now was 294, was fired from that gun.
That's correct.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been admitted into evidence as 298. Just for all purposes, it's secure. Will you tell the jury what 298 is?
So this is a Ruger 1022, model 1022, 22 long rifle, long gun or rifle, and the serial number on this particular firearm is 0003-61269. So this is the rifle that I examined and test fired in my laboratory.
And is this the same rifle that you identified as the one that had fired those bullets and left a casing that was found and the bullets that had killed Mr. Cooper?
This rifle was compared to the cartridge case, yes.
Okay. And you determined that it's the same that had done that?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the comparison. Can you just tell the jury in terms of the science, and if it might aid you to show you your pictures on what you use to, how you do the comparison?
So we talked a little bit about the comparison microscope. So in the case of examination of the test-fired cartridge cases, we use a comparison microscope in which we have two stages. We're able to use one eyepiece, and we can examine the cartridge cases across that one eyepiece. So on the left stage, I have the test-fired cartridge cases from this particular rifle. On the right, I have the cartridge case from the scene. I use that singular the set of eyepieces. I'm able to compare the markings that are left by this firearm on the test-fired cartridge case to the markings that are on the sample from the scene, and take photographs, and then conclude that that cartridge case had been fired from this particular firearm.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for the purposes of identification as State Exhibit 276 through 285. Do you recognize what I've handed you as 276 through 285?
I do, yes.
Okay. Are those pictures that you took as part of your testing for this firearm to determine if it was the exact firearm that had been used to fire those bullets that killed Mr. Cooper?
This is a combination of photos of my first report and my second report, including the comparison photos that I took.
Okay. They're fair and accurate of what you did as part of your analysis?
Yes.
We move to publish 276 through 285.
Do you want to offer them first?
Oh, we move to admit them into evidence.
Mr. Robaker, any objection?
And we have no objection.
All right. Then 276 through 285 are admitted, and we can now publish them. Okay.
Are you able to see that clearly, Ms. Hart?
I am.
Okay. Can you tell us what we see on what's been admitted as 276?
Yes, I can. So to start, what you're looking at here is what I would see through my comparison microscope. So I'm using a set of eyepieces, as I talked about, and on the left you have an image, and on the right we have an image. So I have two stages, I have two spots to put two different cartridge cases. In this particular photo, we're referring to report 11. So we see my lab item 38 down the bottom left-hand corner. That's the test fires from the item 38, or the rifle, that was submitted. And that on the right side is the cartridge case that was collected from the scene. In this particular photo, you're definitely seeing that there is a difference in the firing pin strike, which is at the 3 o'clock position on that cartridge case. On the left, we have a very narrow rectangular strike. On the right, we have a more typical square rectangle shape firing pin impression. So that's just showing what two different firing pins will look like. This is an exclusion. These are two different class characteristics. So we're seeing two different shaped firing pins. And so that's referring to that report 11 where that firearm was eliminated as having fired that cartridge case on the right-hand side.
Okay. So here you're doing the elimination. This is not the one. You're saying, nope, this is not it.
Correct.
Okay. And that's how the part of the science works, is you can do that microscopic comparison.
That is correct.
What do we see on 277?
So again, on the left side, we have a different test fire from a different rifle, again from that report number 11. Item 39 is actually another rifle. So you're seeing, again, that rectangular shaped firing pin. However, you can tell there's a different shape. That firing pin's a completely different shape from the firing pin impression on the right-hand side, again at that 3 o'clock position. So again, it's a class characteristic that's different, and therefore there's an elimination.
Move to 278.
Again, another test-fired cartridge case on the left, and this is a very distinct, different marking left behind by that firearm. On the left-hand side, that firing pin and that cartridge is moving around in that chamber. So you see some shearing there on the left. That's what that big kind of oval-shaped reflective area is. Versus the evidence on the right-hand side. So again, this is another elimination.
And that elimination is every firearm kind of leaves a fingerprint, so you can tell which prints were taken, if I use normal layman's understanding of fingerprints.
Yes.
Okay. What do we see on 279?
So now this is a picture of item 49, and this is found in report 13. This is the Ruger 1022 rifle that I just showed you a little bit ago. The firing pin impression on the left from the test-fired cartridge case from that rifle has very similar characteristics from this view. Now this is a blown-out view. This is a zoomed-out, distant view, an overall picture of that cartridge case, and so you can start to see, if I refer you to the top 12 o'clock, actually 11 o'clock position, we've got the ejector, we've got a mark in that top left corner, and then you work your way around to the 3 o'clock position, and that firing pin shape and the marks that are in that firing pin are consistent with each other. And from this position here, this overall just gives you a general view. I'll take additional photographs of that breech face marks, of the ejector marks, of the firing pin impression. So that's what you're going to see in the subsequent photos.
I'm going to hand you a pointer so that you can just clarify what you say in the jury. So that you take all this.
Thank you. So I was referring to that 11 o'clock position, these marks here and here, and then that firing pin impression here at the 3 o'clock position. And then there's also some breech face marks, but again, we'll look at those in closer magnification. So this would be the firearm that I identified the cartridge case as having been fired from.
Okay. What do we see on State Exhibit 280?
So this is actually kind of turning the cartridge case around on my scope. So instead of the previous photo, which we're looking at the head stamp area of that cartridge case, now we've turned it on its side and we're looking at the chamber marks from the inside of that chamber of that firearm. So again, these are stria. These scratches that go across, this black line is the line of demarcation. So on the left is the left stage of my microscope over here, and the right side of that line is the right stage. So I've got that cartridge case turned horizontally, and I can see these marks that are left from the inside of the chamber. And so you can start at the top and you kind of work your way down, and you can see how these lines here align across that line of demarcation. It's just another mark, another spot within that chamber that helps to identify that cartridge case as having been fired from that firearm.
What do we see on 281?
So this is a cast. So when we are dealing with cartridge cases, we use some casting material. It's kind of like an epoxy. It mixes together, and we're able to apply that to the head stamp. We can pull that casting material off, and it's going to give us mirror image, if you will, kind of like silly putty. When you pulled silly putty off of a newspaper, you'd have that silly putty would leave the newspaper on its surface, and you can read it backwards. That's the same thing that's happening here with that casting material. So now we're able to see what's down, and this is the firing pin impression. So now we're able to see what's at the bottom of that firing pin impression. And again, across, test fire on the left, evidence on the right, and you can start to see these marks here, these impression marks here, and there's some marks down here that we're looking at, come around here. Those are the marks that I used to identify, again, that this cartridge case was fired in this particular rifle.
What do we see on 282?
This, if you remember from that overall picture at that 11 o'clock position, this is the ejector mark that we have on the breech face. And again, shape, we've got the shape and then the small little impressions here. These are what we refer to as, again, individual characteristics, and they line up across both sides of that of that screen, indicating, again, that identification.
Again, indicating that this is the firearm that fired that casing that was found inside that living room in Traer.
That's correct.
What do we see on 283?
This is just one additional mark, an extractor mark that was found on the breech face or the head stamp area of that cartridge case. Again, just these are photos that are taking pictures of the individual characteristics that I am seeing in regards to supporting my conclusion.
Again, same conclusion, that it's the same firearm.
That's correct.
What do we see on 284?
One more mark that we're seeing on that head stamp from the breech face of that firearm. We're just seeing some marks here that align that I saw on both sides, again, of that firearm and the test fire.
And on 285?
Just a different view of that.
Okay. So your conclusion within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty is that's the same firearm that was used to kill Mr. Cooper?
To the cartridge case that was found at the scene.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Judge, you can take it down. When you examined this firearm, the Ruger, did you find it to have a muffler?
No. It did
What
not
is
have
a
a suppressor.
Yeah, what is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
A suppressor just acts to suppress the sound of the shot being fired.
There's no suppressor on this firearm.
That's correct.
The bullets that were found or retrieved from the body or the head of Mr. Cooper, were you at some point, did you have a chance to try to make a comparison of those bullets as to whether they came from this firearm?
Yes, I did.
And what was your findings in that regard?
In this particular instance, the bullets were in poor condition. The rifling information that was located on the bullets compared to the bullets that I captured from the rifle, so the test-fired bullets, unfortunately I did not have enough individual characteristics to make a conclusion in regards to an identification or an elimination. In this particular case, it was an inconclusive result. It had similar rifling characteristics, so the shape and the size and the number of lands and grooves that were present did align between the unknown bullets and the test-fired bullets. However, there wasn't enough information to go any further than that.
And when you say poor condition, what do you mean? Is that they were damaged and you're unable to use them because of the damage they didn't cut?
They were damaged. The 22 bullets are lead bullets, so they're very soft, so they tend to, one, damage easy, and two, they don't usually have great individual characteristics that are captured from the rifling information inside that barrel. And so in this case, they just lacked the individual characteristics, those small marks, to make any type of conclusion.
And when you talk of the damage, like I said, they were retrieved and have been admitted as 296. They were damaged will the damage be when they pierce through skin and meet bone on the face of Mr. Cooper that could cause the kind of damage that you're talking about?
Yes, it could.
Talk of this firearm. When this firearm is fired, as you said, you didn't find it having a muffler when you tested it. What kind of sound, will it make a loud sound when this firearm is fired, especially in a small, closed quarters of a house?
Yes, it would.
Now, did you find this firearm to be in good working condition?
Yes, it worked properly for me in test firing it.
And when you say that, can you just explain what that means?
Again, we go through the firearm, we take notes, we make sure it's in functioning order. It did not malfunction in any way. When I pulled the trigger to the rear, it functioned as I would expect a rifle to function. When I test fired it, I didn't have any issues with misfires or anything like that.
Okay. Now, again, it sounds like a silly question, but to use this firearm, you would have to hold it.
That's correct.
It has a trigger function.
It does.
Can you tell the jury what that is and how that applies, how you fire this firearm?
Sure. The trigger must be depressed to the rear to release the firing pin. So that the trigger has to be depressed with each round fired as a semi-automatic. So with each pull of the trigger, a round is fired.
So when you say that, when this firearm, we've had evidence that Mr. Cooper was shot twice on his face. For that to happen, will someone have had to pull the trigger on two separate occasions?
Yes.
And this firearm will not just go off by itself. Someone would have had to hold it, point it, pull the trigger 2 times for it to make those 2 shots on Mr. Cooper's face.
The trigger has to be depressed to the rear. As for holding, it could be sitting on a table and the trigger could be depressed to the rear. So, but the trigger has to be pulled to the rear.
And just to clarify that, the firearm won't go off by itself. It just won't do that from what you tested and found it to be in good working condition.
Correct.
I have no further question for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Hartbaker?
None from us, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. Do you have another witness this morning? Okay, well, let's get started and go till lunch once she's here. If anybody wants to stand up and stretch while we're waiting a minute, go ahead. All right, let's all go ahead and have a seat.
The state recalls Brenda Reinhard.
All right. going to go ahead and swear you in again. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving today will be the truth?
Yes.
All right, and just for the record again, just give us your name.
My name is Brenda Reinhard, Reinhard.
Mr. Kodiaga?
Thank you. Ms. Reinhard, it's still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
We've recalled you. You were here yesterday. Your testimony yesterday had covered DNA and tests that you've done in this particular case.
Yes.
Okay. And as part of this investigation, did you also have a chance to examine a rifle, a 1022 Ruger rifle with serial number 003-61269?
Yes, I do remember that rifle. I would have to look at my notes to confirm the serial number, but yes.
Will it help to look at your notes to just confirm that serial number?
Yes, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
And I also have a copy of your report if you want me to give you that.
Yes, it was 003-61269.
Do you remember when you would have examined this rifle for DNA?
Yes.
Can you tell us when you examined it?
I examined it in December 17th of 2024.
And permission to approach?
You may.
Show you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 298. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Ms. Reinhard, is that the same weapon that you examined?
Yes, it is. It also has the Iowa Crime Lab orange sticker on here that was on there that is, when it's brought into the lab, that's placed on there.
When you examined this item, what were you examining it for?
So normally when we get in firearms, the lab, we will swab the rough areas of the gun. And on this particular firearm, it is very smooth. So a lot of times we look at the grip or even the forearm might have some rough areas, but it was all smooth. So the rough areas that I swabbed would have been the safety, which is on the other side over here. So that's a rough area. I also looked at the charging handle, which is right here. And then I also swabbed the trigger. And I also took additional swabs. So I did take from a smooth area, which there was no latent print examination on it. So I did take from the stock area, which would be this area where I would hold the gun, and then also the forearm. So this entire area I also took swabs of as well.
You described it as having a lot of smooth areas. Does that cause problems for you in terms of getting good material from it?
Yeah, typically rough areas are a better source for DNA because they do have those grooves that DNA can get into. And sometimes there's latent print examinations, so we do leave most of the smooth surfaces for them as well.
Okay. When you looked for swab for DNA from this rifle, were you able to find or get detect factors that were sufficient for you to test?
No. Of the 3 sets of swabs that I looked at, they were either too weak for conclusive interpretation, or there was some, excuse me, let me look really quick. Yeah, in all 3 of them, the DNA factors detected from the swab of the safety, charging handle, and the magazine release were too weak for conclusive interpretation. And then the swabs of the trigger was too weak. And the DNA factors from the swabs of that forearm, and the forearm right here, and then the stock area was also too weak for conclusive interpretation.
And in layman terms, what does that mean?
There was just too little DNA, so I couldn't tell, even if you had a known sample that was brought into the lab, I have nothing for comparisons, too little or too weak.
So even if you have Huston Danker's DNA at that time, or the defendant's DNA at that time, you cannot compare because what you're getting from the firearm is just too weak to be able to say, yes, that's Karina Cooper touched it, or Huston Danker touched it.
Correct.
And fair enough to say, you talked about this yesterday, but just to highlight that to the jury, what are some of the reasons why you can't find, why you end up at a result of too weak for interpretation?
It depends on how often or how long an individual has touched or handled a gun. I know if you're a gun enthusiast, you might clean your gun a lot, so they could have been wiped off, it could have been cleaned, gloves could also be worn, and smooth surfaces, that's also another area. But yeah, guns, we don't really get great DNA results depending on how it was handled.
Okay. And by the time you're testing this gun, it's sometimes in 2024?
Yes, it was 2024 when I examined the gun.
So time has passed from when this gun was suspected to have been used in the killing back in 21 to 24. So this passage of time to people handling it, to cleaning it, to all those factors will lead to the results of too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Yes, I don't know how it was handled between those times.
I'll retrieve the weapon and then I'll have another question.
Mr. Hawbaker, any cross-examination?
None, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may
Thank
step
you.
down. And my understanding, Mr. Kodiaga, was that's it before lunch. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yeah. Got 7 witnesses done this morning, so can't expect the state to have more than that here, so that's good. Ladies and gentlemen, so we are going to start a little early. You folks coming back and being ready to go by 1:20, does that work? So we start, the same amount of break. Is that going to work from your end? It will. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll ask that you be back here ready to go by 1:20. I would again remind you of the admonition that I've given you earlier. Again, hit the high points. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Keep an open mind. Don't do any type of research or investigation related to this case on your own. And avoid any media accounts and social media commentary or accounts related to this case as well. So with that, have a good lunch, everyone. All right, everyone, go ahead and have a seat. Okay, we are back on the record after our lunch break. I hope everybody had a good lunch. We have our jurors, counsel parties here, and I believe we're ready for another witness by the state. Mr. Ringel, are you prepared to call your next witness?
The state is prepared, Judge. The state would call DCI Agent Holly Witt.
Good afternoon. Ms. Witt, there's a chair over here to my far left. You can come on up and have a seat. And you can move that microphone around however you'd like. So Ms. Witt, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And for the record then, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them both, please?
It's Holly, Holly, Witt, Witt.
Right, thank you. Mr. Ringel?
Agent Witt, how are you employed?
I have been with the Iowa Department of Public Safety as a state police officer. This is my 30th year.
Could you briefly outline your education and training?
Yes, sir. Excuse me. In 1995, I graduated from Simpson College with a Bachelor of Arts degree in criminal justice. Immediately after that, I went to the 22nd Iowa Department of Public Safety Academy. So this is an academy with Division of Criminal Investigation, which is the division that I'm in now, state troopers, narcotics agents, and fire marshals. It's an approximately 22-week academy. I graduated from the State Police Academy, which is held at Camp Dodge in Johnston, Iowa, and I've been continually serving as a state police officer since that time.
You said you've been with DCI for some time. What are your duties or your roles with DCI?
So my current assignment is with the Major Crimes Unit. My office is in Dubuque, Iowa. And then, so I do, DCI is an invited agency. We assist county and local, sometimes federal law enforcement with investigations, but we have to be invited in. I came back to the Major Crimes Unit about 4.5 years ago. And during that time, a position was opened that was application process, so I competed against other candidates to be the technology agent for the Major Crime Zone. So my primary focus is to make technology more accessible and understandable to law enforcement and juries in the context of criminal investigations.
And how do you go about doing that?
So I do a lot of search warrants for cell phone records. I'm also a mobile forensic examiner. I have training in software. So today you're going to see visual depictions of business records from companies such as US Cellular and Snapchat. I just try to make technology understandable in the context of a criminal investigation.
Do you have any certifications outside of the training that you just discussed?
I'm certified to operate a number of mapping softwares. They're just a visual depiction of business records. I'm also a cell phone forensic examiner, and then there's continual ongoing training, like for example, law enforcement in Google, they have law enforcement summits every year that talk about the newest technologies that the companies such as Snapchat, Facebook, Google are rolling out. So it's continual ongoing technology. Technology is always changing and evolving.
Were you assigned to assist with the investigation into the death of Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Do you recall when you were assigned to assist?
Yes, I was contacted by case agent Ryan Herman on June 18th, 2021, via the telephone, and one of my primary responsibilities is doing what we call a tech triage, talking about potential options with technology available in the case, things that I would want them to do to preserve a cellular phone correctly, and just asking about general contact numbers and reminding the agents to ask about anyone under 20 can say, I called someone, and that can mean I actually texted them. That doesn't necessarily mean they use the native app on their phone. Like sometimes they use Snapchat or Facebook, and that can mean I talked to them. So just reminding them to also get like a broad collection of how people communicate with one another that are persons of interest in the investigation.
So you're serving in somewhat of an advisory role and providing agents with information to aid them in their investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you specifically, what was your role or what did you do besides that advisement role?
So primarily I focused on a number of records that are actually from the companies. So I'm not talking about physical devices today. I'm talking about a visual depiction of the records from Snapchat and US Cellular, and we have a little bit of Google records in this case that we'll talk about.
So when you were assigned to this case, what information did you have?
The case agent typically gives me a brief rundown of the details as they know them once they've arrived upon scene and had a chance to talk to and work with local law enforcement. I knew that Mr. Ryan Cooper was killed in his residence. I knew that there were Mrs. Cooper was present in the residence that day. I asked them to collect phone numbers for Mr. Cooper, Mrs. Cooper, and I knew that they were both business owners or did things in the public, so there was a high likelihood that they utilized things such as social media. So I asked for them to find Snapchat profiles, Facebook profiles, gather their cell phone numbers. I did a bunch of preservation immediately of that stuff, and then I immediately began working on search warrants. So all the information I will testify to today was obtained by serving a search warrant to either the cellular provider or the social media company.
You mentioned a preservation request. What is that?
A preservation request is a request to a social media or cell phone company, and it just preserves any information that that company has on their server that are business records relating to, for example, if it's a particular phone number or account, it's a snapshot in time on that. They actually don't disclose it to us until we go through proper legal process and we get a search warrant.
So you described some of the basic information that you had as you started your work on this case. You talked about some potential sources of information and the fact that you utilized a preservation request. With the information that you had received, how did that inform the decisions you were making on this case or the requests that you were making?
So we use the information that we receive from social media companies and cell phones to help guide the investigators in the investigative process, because oftentimes this information will reveal routes of travel, patterns of life, who someone is communicating with, whether it's on Snapchat or whether it's on phone calls or text messages. So I analyze the information received from cell phone records, social media companies, and then we use that in the investigative process to determine who killed Ryan Cooper.
And so you mentioned location data related to a device or a cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you also mentioned location data associated with applications, and you mentioned Snapchat and other similar applications. Could you explain the difference between the two?
Right. So the location data from a search warrant, in this example, we're going to use Snapchat, that we get back from them, is provided by the company Snapchat. So it's independent corroboration of any location information that that iPhone would necessarily have on the actual device. So the company sends back information, and Snapchat, because that user has enabled certain location attributes on the phone. So Snapchat, you can go in and you can say, I want to share my location. I don't want to share my location. There are certain times when you use Snapchat, if you're looking at an advertisement or whatever, Snapchat has, when you sign up for that app, Snapchat's probably going to use your location because it wants to send you ads that are targeted to where you are at in your geographic location. It wouldn't do me any good as an advertiser to see, to send someone in Iowa ads that were located in California, for example. So when you provide basic information to Snapchat, such as your address, your phone number with your zip code, your area code, Snapchat and all the applications that are social media applications then can target content to you based on those geographic identifiers.
So if someone's using Snapchat, they've enabled those features, that location information is available to Snapchat, that then becomes available to you because that's in their records?
Yes.
So if you apply for a search warrant, you can obtain that location information?
Yes.
With the information that you had and the potential sources of additional information, what were the first steps that you then took in your investigation?
So obviously we take time and we have to have probable cause to do a search warrant to obtain this stuff. So we have to show that communications in this case, such as on a cell phone or U.S. cellular records, Snapchat records, Google records are relevant to the investigation that we're conducting so that it's reasonable that phones or applications were used in the planning of the crime. They would have location information. Sometimes this information can alibi someone as much as it can and put someone's device near a crime or give location information that's relevant in the investigation. So oftentimes it will clear someone out because their device is nowhere near that. We also look for things like pattern of life. When does a device wake up in the morning? Where does the device routinely go during the week? Like, I go to work every day, so if you were to look at my device information, you would see that my device goes to my office in Dubuque Monday through Friday, most days. And then if you were to look at my communication, you would see I'm primarily communicating during business hours with coworkers that also do my job. So it shows patterns of life, it shows deviations from patterns of life, it shows where a device normally goes. And just to be clear, everything that I'm talking about today is for a device, not a person. I have to say the device went here, the device went there. But there are times that I can say there was a user-manipulated event. For example, an outgoing phone call or a sent Snapchat. That's an event that has to take place, that a user has to physically manipulate the device to do those things.
I just want to make sure that it's clear what you're talking about because you were referencing a device versus a person. And I think there may be a misconception that if you see a device moving, that also indicates that that person is moving. Can you just explain a little more clearly what the difference is when you talk about a device versus a person and when you can state that someone is manipulating a device versus when a device may just be, again, separate from the person?
Yes, sir. So let's do the easy one first. So even in U.S. cellular records, something such as an outgoing phone call would be a device manipulation. That means someone actually has to physically be with that device to make that outgoing phone call. There are things in records that aren't dependent on a user using a device, so such as location where a phone is at or where a Snapchat location would give you. That isn't dependent on a person necessarily doing something on Snapchat. Sometimes those are things that are running in the background. So there's something on phones called U.S. cellular records called timing data. And that's like if you've ever seen the Sprint commercials where it says, "Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?" That's network engineers testing the efficiency of the network because they don't want things like dropped calls or areas where there's no cell phone coverage. That runs in the background of U.S. cellular all the time. So the network is the cellular network is constantly checking in with the cell phone to make sure that there's good coverage in the area that you're in. Because if it wasn't, you would switch to a different carrier.
And so that's essentially all cell phones, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you say the network is checking in, what does that look like?
So the cellular network is just a fancy term for the infrastructure that exists, so you and I can use our cell phones to make wireless phone calls. Timing data is the part that they test the efficiency of their network, making sure there's no dead spots. And that runs, the system engineers are constantly using timing data, and that's recorded in their normal business records on an ongoing basis. But because it has a location base, we have to get that with a search warrant.
So if we're talking about some of this timing data, it's essentially, if I understand, the network checking in or pinging off a device.
So timing is a measurement because radio waves travel at the speed of light. So it's just a measurement that's reproducible. We can reproduce it from the business records, from the cell phone to the network and back to the cell phone. So then it's a known distance and it's recorded in the business records, and we can reproduce that timing data measurement visually so you can see, now this is still an estimate, but the phone is at or near that location, recorded in the U.S. cellular business records that are certified as true, accurate, and correct. And companies keep these through normal course of business. They need them for billing. They need them to make sure their network is running efficiently. So these are records that companies keep in the normal course of their business.
And so knowing that, and you had talked a little bit about looking for some U.S. cellular records, did you in fact apply for a search warrant and obtain records from U.S. cellular?
Yes, search warrants, I didn't do every single search warrant in this case. Search warrants were applied for by law enforcement and the records were obtained, and then I examined the records.
When you obtain those records, are those for specific phone numbers or how are they delineated?
They are. So when you apply for a search warrant for a cell phone company, you have to provide them the cell phone numbers that you're looking for.
Judge, may I approach this witness?
You may. You don't need to ask again with this witness. Thank you.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 315. Take a look at that and ask you if you recognize what that is.
Yes.
What is that?
This is a certificate of authenticity for business records from U.S. Cellular.
And is that in response to the search warrant that you just referenced?
Yes, it is.
And what are the target numbers associated with that records request? You don't need to read the phone numbers, I suppose, but if you could just indicate whose phone numbers those were to your knowledge.
Sure. It's Huston Danker's phone number, Karina Cooper's phone number, Ryan Cooper's phone number, and Aaron Cooper's phone number. And the date range of these records is June 1st, 2021 through June 18th of 2021. So 18 days in June.
And Your Honor, at this point, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit number 315, as well as State's Exhibit number 316, which is the location data received and certified by those by the certification in 315, and that's by stipulation of the parties.
Ms. Watt, just to confirm, okay, then State's Exhibits 315 and 316 are now admitted. All right, had you prepared a demonstrative exhibit associated with your testimony here today?
Yes, sir.
Would it aid in your testimony to use that demonstrative exhibit?
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to publish that demonstrative exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Watt?
No, Your Honor.
Hold on, I think I need to reset the projector, so just give me a second.
Agent Witt, is this the demonstrative exhibit that you prepared?
Yes, sir.
And I'll let you know as well that there is a laser pointer up there in front of you. If you want to use that, I believe it'll show up if we lower the lights just a little bit, if you need to use it. So what is this first page of your demonstrative exhibit? What does that show us?
So this is just going to cover for you visually the records that we looked for. So the U.S. cellular records that we obtained from search warrant, and then there's our date range of June 1st through June 18th, 2021, are for Aaron Cooper. I'm just going to refer to it by the last 4 digits of their number there. And then you'll also notice that we assigned, so Aaron Cooper's number, the last 4 digits of his cell phone number are 0636. And then if you look, Aaron Cooper is assigned orange. So anything that's mapped for Aaron Cooper will be orange throughout the entire presentation. Houston Danker's cell phone number is the next one. The last 4 digits of his cell phone number right here are 1616. And then anything mapped for Houston Danker in this presentation will appear red, and it will appear consistently red through the entire presentation. Ryan Cooper's cell phone number is 3536, the last 4 digits, and Ryan Cooper's U.S. cellular cell phone records will be green, and Karina Cooper's cell phone number 6135 are her last 4 digits. And anything mapped for Karina Cooper will be blue.
All right, and that's for the U.S. cellular records that you obtained?
Yes, sir.
And now I think the next heading is Snapchat. What information did you obtain from Snapchat?
So we obtained information from 2 accounts from Snapchat. The first one, the HDank1, for the date range of March 1st, 2020 through July 1st, 2021, is Houston Danker's Snapchat information, and we will keep that red. So if you see locational information from Houston Danker, that will be consistent with the color for his cell phone mapping as well. And then the second Snapchat account obtained for the same date range is Karina Cooper's, and her Snapchat username is right here, Karina Coop, and that will remain kind of the blue turquoise color consistently throughout the records.
And then at the bottom of this slide, it indicates that you had prepared a search warrant for Google. What information were you seeking from Google?
Right, so we did a search warrant to Google. Google has a wide variety of information. Obviously, this is the Gmail address here, karinacooper50@gmail.com. Google also sometimes has locational information. It has information about apps that you use through the Google browser. So if you download Snapchat, Google records that. If you change your password on something, Google records that. It can have locational information. And also there's all search history that can be there. And when we do a search warrant to Google, it depends. It's user controlled, so people that have a Google account can set their privacy settings however they want. So sometimes we see their entire search history and location information, sometimes we don't. It just depends on how they have their privacy settings set.
And the range for the U.S. cellular records was June 1st through June 18th of 2021. Is it your understanding that Ryan was killed on June 18th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the next slide. What are we seeing here?
So this is just to give you an example of some cell sites. So if we look here in the middle, this is like a typical cell phone tower is how I would describe this with the 3-sided array. Here's one side, here's the second side, here's the third side. But I want you to steer away from using the term cell tower because this is also a cell site. It has cellular communication on it. We see a lot of antenna arrays for cellular carriers in Iowa on water towers. This is in Mason City. There's cell phone towers on a building. So this is just to kind of generally explain to you that cell towers communicate through RF frequency radio waves with cell phones. And then cell towers are kind of the middleman in the cellular network. They also help facilitate communication to the rest of the cellular network so our mobile phones can talk to each other. So this is just to kind of orientate you to cell phone towers. When you see cell phone towers mapped here, I'll point it out on the map to you, but these cell phone towers are mapped by their latitude and longitude. So we don't map by the business address in the cell phone records because that can be like a mailing address. So we always map by the physical latitude and longitude of the actual cell site. And the latitude and longitude is provided in the U.S. cellular business records.
So in the business records, these cell sites, towers, or whether the communication devices are on flagpoles, et cetera, that information appears by latitude and longitude in the records.
It does.
All right, what are we seeing here?
So this is just to orientate you what mapping looks like. It's going to be pretty simple. So in this case, where the triangle meets here, that's the geographic location of the cell site or cell tower in this case that we're using. This arc and shaded area here is just to tell you what sector. Do you remember the last slide where we saw the 3 sectors? This is just to tell you what sector it's using, and this is just to cue your eye. So this is a cell phone call. If I was mapping the cell phone call, this is just an example for us, I would just say that on this date and this time, this cell phone was using this cell site and it's somewhere in this sector. But I cannot be any more specific on that with just a simple cell phone call. So if you think of a flashlight analogy, and I am standing at the point and I'm shining the flashlight, anywhere that beam goes, kind of in this sector, is where that cell phone can be.
All right, and so you said that's as specific as you can be with that information. What's per call measurement data?
So per call measurement data is our timing data that we talked about earlier. And this data is awesome. So here's our cell site, and this is just showing this is the cell sector. But with this timing data, I can actually be very specific. I can say that during this date and this time, this phone was at or near this arc at this time. So it's much more specific. So we can place phones much more specifically with that. And as you will see in next slides, there's thousands of these data points. So if 2 data points cross, if we have arcs that would cross one another, it's kind of like pirate's treasure. It's X marks the spot. The phone that's the first place that I would use to look at the phone. And I've been looking at mapping records for 18 years now. We've used them to find deceased people, missing children, silver alerts, things as small as a set of keys, driver's licenses. So we always look for independent corroboration of our data. We don't just ever use one set of data. We use the extractions from the cell phone, we use cell phone records, but these records are very, very accurate, and they help us determine where a cell phone was at a particular date and time.
So these records you stated are very, very accurate to the point that you can find sometimes fairly small items.
Yes, sir.
And is a further degree of accuracy obtained then by cross-referencing this information with other location information such as that you referenced from Snapchat?
Right. So as a tech agent, it's really important to also get a wide variety of sources. It's like putting a puzzle together, and we don't take all of our puzzle pieces from one source. We want to see a complete picture. So we always look for additional sources of information that corroborate location information from one set of records. So we're constantly evaluating that against cell phone extractions, data from other sources that may have locational information.
Is this only valuable for devices that are fixed, or does it cover movement as well?
It covers movement as well.
And is that what we're seeing here in this next slide?
Right, so this is not an actual slide from our presentation. This is for illustrative purposes here. But sometimes, as you can see, we have Monarch Highway 80 here. And then you can see that the device is moving. So the device is here at 10:28 p.m. It's here at 10:47 p.m. And then the device is here at 10:21 p.m. So in this particular example, I told investigators you need to look for a device moving in a vehicle because I certainly can't travel that far on foot during that time. So I would look for the device moving along this interstate, and I would look for a vehicle or something that could convey the device along that interstate. So sometimes it can show us a movement from one place to another as well.
If you're standing in a fixed location with a cellular device, presumably it's going to bounce off one tower or the location will be fixed. If you're moving in a vehicle, how is the phone or the device interacting with the towers?
So I always tell people that devices are like divas. They always want the best signal. So not necessarily the strongest signal, but the best signal. So devices always make a batting order. So they may actually see all three of these towers at one time, but when the device is here, this device says the best signal is coming from this cell phone tower. When the device arc is here, the device has switched its batting order and said, this is the tower that I am communicating with on the cellular network that has the best signal. And then when the device is in this area, it's again switched towers and said, this is now this is called network optimization. This is now the cell site that has the best signal. So the device, the network always, and the cell phone always want to use the best signal, not necessarily the strongest signal, the best signal for that. And then our location of the device would be at or near this arc on the last slide.
So the phone is always switching to whatever will provide, whichever tower or cell site will provide the best signal.
Absolutely. I've seen records where a person walks across the house, and when they're on the west side of the house, it uses one cell site. When they're on the east side of the house, it uses another cell site because it's the best signal.
All right, and so that was cell network location information. You talked about per call measurement data. This is about Snapchat geo-targeting information. Could you explain what's different and distinct about this geo-targeting information?
Yes. So geo-targeting information was developed by marketing companies as a marketing strategy to deliver more relevant content to a user's phone based on where they're geographically located. And Snapchat will say this, it says it in its disclosure policies, it collects 3 types of information. That's locational information. It also collects your address, your area code, your cell phone number, and your zip code, so it knows where you're at. There you go. It knows where you're at. So the 3 types of information that Snapchat collects to target ads to you is IP information, GPS coordinates, and cellular data. And then Snapchat gives some broad information about the accuracy of its geo-targeting information. So at the country level, its geo-targeting information is 90% accurate. At the state level, it's 75 to 80% accurate. And then its accuracy varies on that based on zip codes, cities, and regions. And they don't give us more specifics than that.
So Snapchat's geo-targeting information comes from 3 sources of location information, and then you can compare this information from Snapchat with cell phone network location data.
We absolutely cross-reference it, yes.
What are we seeing here?
So this is just an example of what a radius, so Snapchat is saying this phone is at or near at this date and time, so on June 17th, 2021, at 8:11:25 p.m. This phone is in this bubble, and this bubble is 36.6 meters. So the circle of the radius is determined by latitude and longitude, and that's going to be in the center, right here. That's going to be your center.
So it's just giving us some information about accuracy, essentially, correct?
Yes.
All right, what are we seeing here?
So this is just to give you a reminder or cue. When you see mapping for Huston Danker for his cell phone number or Snapchat, it's going to be red. When you see mapping information for Ryan Cooper, we are just using his cell phone in this, it's going to be green. And then when you see mapping information or visual depiction of records from Karina Cooper, it's going to be blue for US Cellular, Snapchat, and then there's some Google information.
All right. You've noted key locations in Traer, Iowa. What are these key locations?
Right. So this is just to orientate you to the lay of the land and where things are at here. We're going to start here on the west side of the screen, so north is up on all of the slides today. Ryan and Karina Cooper's residence is here, 1846 K Avenue. This pin just represents the geographic location of their house. Aaron Cooper's residence is here, 1856 Highway 63. This is Highway 63. It turns into 96 here, and then Highway 63 at this intersection continues north-south. Here we have the city of Traer. This is 2nd Street, or Highway 8, as it's referred to. And then Huston Danker's residence is going to be on the east side of this slide, and it's 2798 Highway 8. This is just a different view. So the thing that I want you to notice is we have more population density here. This is obviously the city of Traer. You can see more streets. Again, this is the Cooper residence, pretty rural, surrounded by farmland. I think there's one small residence here, and one residence here, one here. This is the Aaron Cooper residence, and then Mr. Danker's residence. So we're just showing you the geographics that this is rural Iowa. Okay.
And what are we seeing here?
This is, again, just to show you our roads here. This is 63 north-south. This is Highway 63 east-west, and then this is K Avenue. Their street address is actually K Avenue, so you'd come up here, and then there's a driveway to their house right
And is
there.
this just a satellite view of that same property?
Yep, it's just to get you used to looking at the maps so you know where things are geographically located at the maps. And we're going to show you the maps in the simplest format, so you're going to see them mapped in the other sequence, but we just want you to recognize that there's farmland around here, K Avenue, Highway 63, and then there's our T intersection here.
All right. So what are we seeing in this slide here?
So Ryan Cooper's cell phone starts its night out at the Traer Sports Complex, and when you're seeing the darkening of the lines here, we call that pancaking. It just means that the phone's in the general geographic location for a long time. So our arcs appear darker, and then what you're going to see is that the phone is going to leave the sports complex. It's going to go up through Traer, and then the device is going to end up in the general vicinity of the Cooper residence here at 1846 K Avenue. And the time frame of that is the travel here from the general vicinity of the Traer Sports Complex to there. There we go. Was 7:40 to 8:02. So if you look at Google driving distance, so if you were just to put that in your map and say, what is the driving distance from the Traer Sports Complex going up 2nd Avenue and through Traer, which is the path that I see the device travel. Google driving distance says that that takes about 10 minutes. So the device, when it starts to migrate from the area of the sports complex, Ryan's device, I don't know what they had going on that night, but it takes them, this device on this trip, approximately 22 minutes from the Traer Sports Complex to the residence, the Cooper residence at 1846 K Avenue. Okay, so this is the time that,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just returning to that previous
Okay,
slide.
sorry.
Is this an example then of, you mentioned that this was pancaking, showing that the device is just in the same place for a period of time. I see the clock running there.
Yep, and you can actually see the actual times of all of these slides, and then it's also just to kind of orientate your eye to movement. The device is going to eventually leave the Traer Sports Complex, kind of go up through Traer, and then end up at the residence. So this is the device moving there, and there's the device at the residence. Definitively at 8:02, I'd say the device is in the vicinity of 1846 K Avenue.
And this is the night of June 17th, 2021?
Yes, sir. Okay. And then this is just to show two things. Again, we're just getting used to the pancaking or the darker lines. So this is just a brief time period from 8:02 to 8:26 p.m. And then you can see this is the cell site, but this is our timing data, so we can be more specific and say the device is generally in the vicinity of the residence. And then that phone call in the lower left-hand corner right here at 8:26 is the last time that I can say there was a manipulation on that device. So at 8:26 p.m., Ryan Cooper's cell phone made an outgoing phone call. Okay.
All right, what are we seeing here? It says June 18th, 2021, 4:43 a.m.
Yes, sir. So we're seeing our heavy arcs here. This is just a still image. We didn't, this is about the time that law enforcement arrives on scene, and we're just seeing that this device is stationary near 1846 K Avenue. And also what we know is that this device was recovered by investigators at 1846 K Avenue. So independent corroboration. The records tell us that this device is there, and the investigators physically were able to recover the actual device from the residence.
It's based on the location information that you received from U.S. Cellular as well as that outgoing phone call. Does it appear to you that Ryan Cooper's device left the residence there at 1846 K Avenue on the night that he was killed?
No.
And that was information for Ryan Cooper's phone. This is Karina Cooper's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, and you're going to see this in blue. We've put the blue up there just so you know. This is what Karina's phone was doing on June 17th and 18th of 2021.
And this is sourced from U.S. Cellular records and Snapchat information?
There are two sources in here, and I'll make sure to point out the difference between them. So again, we see Karina's phone on June 17th, 2021 at the Trayer Sports Complex. It starts at the Trayer Sports Complex, and then you're going to see here shortly that Karina Cooper's device is going to leave the Trayer Sports Complex, and it's going to follow the same path over to 1846 K Avenue. And then, can we just replay that slide one more time? Go forward for me. Thanks. So this is when the device is stationary at the Trayer Sports Complex. So I'm just showing that her device is also at the Trayer Sports Complex. Counselor, can you go forward to the next slide? I just want to show the Snapchat, sorry. And this is just to show that she has Snapchat information around the Trayer Sports Complex between the time of 5:48 and 7:40. The specific times are indicated on here. So we have cell phone information from U.S. Cellular, and then we also have Snapchat information that agree that this device is in the general vicinity of the Trayer Sports Complex. And then this is the device traveling from the Trayer Sports Complex through Trayer, and the device is ultimately going to end up at 1846 K Avenue. But in reviewing these records, obviously I watched them hundreds of times, I see what I think is a little pause in here, and we will show you on Snapchat where that is on the next slide here. So this is the device leaving. Do you see some overlap of arcs here? I think this device stopped at Pizza Palace on the way home in Trayer, Iowa. So we see that on Snapchat, and I see just a little pancaking and overlapping in town. And then ultimately, there it is, right there. And then this is Snapchat to show by this time this evening that the device ends up at home. It takes about 20 minutes and 25 seconds for her to get home. And then the U.S. Cellular data also agrees that Ms. Cooper's device is home during this time frame. So this is just to show from 8:01 p.m. to 4:43 in the morning. And then we do have some Snapchat locational information that shows the device is in the general vicinity of 1846 K Avenue. So our data is in agreement.
And is this just the U.S. Cellular information, and it also has an outgoing call as well?
Yep, and then we have one outgoing phone call. So the last time on the 17th of June 2021 that I see a device manipulation. So this is a human manipulation is at that 8:04 timeframe. Last outgoing call there.
Okay, and that's on June 17th at 8:04.
Yes. But the device is there at 4:43 in the morning and we know this device makes the 911 call. And then this is just to kind of give you an idea of Snapchat patterns are really granular like this, what Snapchat looks like from 8/11, and then the Snapchat location information, we don't get any additional Snapchat information for Karina Cooper's Snapchat account after 3:33 a.m. in the morning. It ends.
But was there Snapchat information around 3 in the morning and up until 3:33 in the morning?
3:33 is our last data point. So there's consistent Snapchat information from 8:11 p.m. This is locational information from Snapchat. So something is triggering locations in Snapchat. This is geotargeting information. And we have that consistently on an ongoing basis from 8:11 p.m. till 3:33 in the morning. And then there is no more.
And so based on the information you had provided before, this would be user manipulation of the phone, including sending Snapchat messages, correct?
You know, there's lots of reasons Snapchat doesn't tell us exactly what's going on, but something is happening in an interaction with Snapchat that there's geo-targeting information being recorded.
And that went on through 3:33 a.m. and then it stopped?
It did stop.
What are we seeing here?
And then I just wanted to show you the last user-manipulated event. So here's our cell site. Remember, this is our general flashlight example, but here's 1846 K Avenue. So on June 17th, 2021, at 8:04 p.m., this is the last outgoing call on this date. And then our first outgoing call here is June 18th, 2021, at 4:30 a.m.
And again, that's from Karina Cooper's cell phone at 4:30 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
What are we seeing here?
This is just a visual depiction of records so I can sequence them from you. So what you're seeing here is at 4:30 a.m., Karina Cooper's cell phone calls Aaron Cooper's cell phone. This is a connected call recorded on the U.S. cellular records, and that call is 27 seconds in length. At 4:31, Aaron Cooper's cell phone calls Karina Cooper's cell phone. That's a 1-second call, so it may or may not have actually rang, but the network recorded this event here. And then at 4:32, Aaron Cooper calls Karina Cooper, and this phone call is 22 seconds in length. This information here and here that are underlined, this is from the Tama County dispatch records for 911. So when you call 911 from your cell phone, that the cell phone companies purposely don't put that in business records, because if you're calling and someone that's with you in a situation is the bad person, and they have access to your cell phone records, they don't want that to show. So cell phone companies don't necessarily show those in business records, but we know this from the Tama County dispatch logs. At 4:33 in the morning, Karina Cooper calls 911. And the duration on this call is 4 minutes and 59 seconds. And then shortly after that, Aaron Cooper also calls 911. That's at 4:34. And that phone call lasts 7 minutes and 41 seconds. At 4:39, dispatch puts, and they're actually on the phone with him the whole time, puts Aaron Cooper out at 1846 K Avenue. And then 4:42, dispatch logs the first deputy on the scene from the 911 dispatch logs.
All right, and this is Houston Danker's U.S. Cellular and Snapchat information, correct?
Yes. So this is just, Mr. Danker works in Van Horn, Iowa, and this is just him progressing up to his residence here. So this is a snapshot of time the cellular records from June 17th, 2021, from 6:21 p.m. to 6:58. So this is just him leaving work and going to his residence. Okay.
All right, this says device trip 1. What information are we seeing?
So first, what you're seeing here, we'll just let it play, is the round trip. This device is going to leave 2798 Highway 8. It's going to come up kind of through Traer. It's going to come a little bit here. We're going to break this down in a minute. Just past 1846, the Cooper residence here. So this is the first arc. Can we go back one slide? Oh, forward, sorry, I apologize. So this is the device traveling up. This is its furthest forward progression, and this is the device traveling down. And the time frame on that is 6:58 p.m. to 7:30. So Google driving distance is 9 miles. Google says it takes about 11 minutes to get there one way, and the whole trip was 31 minutes and 21 seconds. So starting from 2798, going up and through, kind of the furthest device progression here, and then returning back the same way to 2798. So in this entire set of records, this device only drives by 1846 K Avenue 3 times once, and that's on June 17th, 2021. So I'm showing you the 3 trips that this device makes past the residence. Okay, so this is just to show you, this is where the device started. This is where the device ended on the trip out here. So this is from 6:58 to 7:14. So this is all part of that animation we just showed you. The next slide will kind of show you the return trip here. So by 7:14, we call this the most forward progression, the farthest forward progression there. By 7:14, that's as far as this device goes forward. This device is turning around here. By 7:16, I can see that the arcs are now moving to the east, and this device has turned around, so it drove by the residence once this way, and then it's returning past the residence here, and it's ultimately going to go back to Mr. Danker's home residence.
All right, this says 7:14 to 7:30.
Yep, so this is just to show from our farthest forward progression to the return arc that I see near the residence at 2798. That's the return trip time. And that takes about 15 minutes.
All right, what are we seeing in device trip 2?
So device trip 2, we can just let it play. We're going to see that this device is going to leave the residence here. It's going to go up through Traer, and then it's going to continue on to Gladbrook. It's going to be in Gladbrook for a limited amount of time, around 5 minutes, and then it's going to drive back past the Cooper residence up through Traer, and then Mr. Danker's device is ultimately returning to his home residence here at 2798 Highway 8. So as the crow flies, it's 17 miles, 17.1 miles, and this trip from arc to arc takes 39 minutes and 4 seconds, and that's pretty close to what Google Drive Time says. Google Drive Time says from the Danker residence here to Gladbrook, it should take 20 minutes one way, so 40 minutes round trip. So this is pretty consistent with what Drive Time says on Google. And then this is just a blow up of that to show when the device is going by the house, and we're seeing some blue here, as you can see. So there is Snapchat activity from Karina Cooper's Snapchat account near the 1846 K Avenue at 8:13:35, and then the red obviously is Mr. Danker's device traveling west towards the Gladbrook area.
All right, the next slide here.
This is just to show that Mr. Danker's in Gladbrook for a limited amount of time. This is our farthest outward progressing arc. That's at 8:20. And this arc here at 8:25 is showing that the device is returning, starting to move eastward. So the device is in Gladbrook for less than 5 minutes on device trip number 2. And then this is just to show what the times are on our arcs, and then we see our forward progression. So here's 8:30, here's 8:31, that's going to be this arc here, and then 8:32. So it's just showing that the device is moving to the east, and then we also see that Ms. Cooper has Snapchat locational data at 8:29 during that time as well. And then ultimately, this is just to show you from arc to arc, the device furthest forward progression, and then it returns back. So
All right, you've marked this as device trip number 3.
I did. So this trip is from, the device is going to do something different here. So this trip is on June 17th, 2021 from 9:04 to 9:40 p.m. So the device is going to leave from the Danker residence. But what you're going to see here, and we'll break this down, is that this device is largely stationary in this area for about 7 minutes, and then it's going to return a slightly different way here, come back up, and return home. We'll break that down for you more specifically. So the device on the third trip leaves the same way, but it hangs out in a specific area for a little bit. We have some pancaking, and X marks the spot stationary movement, and then it ultimately returns home a different way. And we'll break that down more here. And we can see that there is some Snapchat activity here as the device, Huston Danker's device. This is Karina Cooper's residence. And we can see that there's some Snapchat activity while the device crosses. And then ultimately, when we're seeing these X's and this device is in this area, we'll see it on a different slide.
Okay, you're saying that you're seeing Snapchat data from Ms. Cooper as Mr. Danker's device crosses that area near 1846 K Avenue.
Yes, I am. So there's Snapchat activity on Karina Cooper's phone, and Mr. Danker's device is locationally in the vicinity of this area right here.
And you said that the device was in that area, and you said about 7 minutes, if I understand correctly. You mean in the area of Ryan Cooper and Karina Cooper's residence, correct?
I do. We'll see that more specifically on the next slide. Okay. Can you go ahead and hit play? So from 9:19 to 9:26 p.m., I don't know if you're able to pause this. This device, do we see our pancaking kind of stationary here? A lot of X marks the spots here, crossover, and when we see that, we know the device, we can be more specific on where this device is located. And also the phenomenon of, on that last slide, just let it play again. This device is using 4 different cell phone towers in this 7-minute and 9-second period. So the device is in this general area from 9:19 to 9:26, about 7 minutes and 9 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4 cell sites. So the device really isn't moving much during that time.
What are we seeing here?
This is just to show from the arc coming back when the phone is returning to the way home. Like this is the first arc, this is the second arc, and then the next slide will show you the route of travel. So the device goes, returns to 2798 a different way. And we're going to break that down on the next slide. So the device is going to come down here. You're going to see it move along here, up, and then ultimately end up at 2798. So the device returns home. It takes a different route the last trip by.
And so when you say it takes a different route, you mean this third trip differs from trip number 1 and 2 in terms of the route taken to return home?
On the return route. The return route is more gravel and rural roads. So the return route isn't just back through Traer, back to the house. It goes out this way. It's in this area for a period of time, and then it comes down and ultimately returns to 2798.
And you also indicated that here on the bottom right-hand part of your slide, it says 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Was that their recorded travel time?
Yes, so it's very fast. The Google Drive time, so Google figures on the speed limit. The Google Drive time for this return route from roughly 1846 K Avenue over to 2798 is actually 18 minutes. So this device is absolutely moving at a higher rate of speed than recommended drive time.
And just as a reminder, we're at 9:26 to 9:40. This is the night before Ryan is killed, correct?
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
And then this is just to show that Mr. Danker's device from 9:40 p.m. until 5:22 a.m., ultimately the device leaves the residence to go to work. It goes down to where we know Mr. Danker works at, is at home. So the device is stationary there. And then we don't get on so the device is home. We don't see it really go anywhere during this time frame. And we don't have a lot of Snapchat location information for Mr. Danker's device. The last Snapchat location information we get from this device, if you can flip to the next slide for me, please, is at 10:47 and 10:48 p.m. on June 17th. And then there is no more locational information on this device going into the early morning hours when the device leaves. So the device leaves, this is the last locational information I have, and the device leaves the residence.
So if I understand, returning to your previous slide, Mr. Danker's cell phone was at or around his residence throughout the night, including the time that Ryan Cooper was killed, until the next morning around 5:22 a.m.
That is correct.
And what are we seeing here at 5:22?
This is just to show you that the device has departed the residence here. So we're at 5:22 and we see the device moving away from the residence, and the device ultimately leaves.
All right. Showing you some information here, it looks like it says U.S. Cellular and has Karina Cooper's cell phone number and device history. What is the information that we're seeing here?
Yep, so I just want you to recognize our last 4 digits here. This is Karina Cooper's cell phone number. Our last 4 digits here are 6135. So this is actual subscriber information. It's just a snip from U.S. Cellular business records. And this is the Apple iPhone 8 Plus. So the cell phone company tells us what this cell phone is. And then the last service that this device has is, this device was seized by law enforcement on June 18th, 2021, from Ms. Cooper at the residence, at the Cooper residence. But the service on this is ended or switched on June 21st, 2021. And if you look at the time here, 11:27:33 a.m. on June 21st, the service is ended. And then the service begins on this device, which is an Android-based phone. We have our same phone number here. So Karina Cooper switches her service to a different cell phone. This is 11:27:34, so just seconds after that. This cell phone is in service. This Samsung Galaxy S5 is in service. She keeps service with this phone number until June 2nd, 2021. And then we see here, if we look, we have another device switch. We've switched devices again. So the final device, and then we don't see an end service date here, meaning this may be the device she still has, or during the set of records we have, this device was still in use. This device is used from July 2nd, 2021, and it's an iPhone SE, 2nd generation, also an Apple.
All right, and this final information says Karina Cooper, Snapchat, and Google. What information do we see here?
Right, so we obviously see on June 21st, 2021, this information here, the top 2 entries are from a search warrant to Google. We can see that at 4:28 p.m., Google Chrome, so an internet browser was visited, and Google Chrome actually recorded this as Karina Cooper's Snapchat password was reset. Then shortly after that, 1 minute later, Google Chrome records that they sent an email about Snapchat. So if you reset your password, Snapchat emails you to make sure it's truly you. And the email was sent, and it was a Snapchat email saying your password has been reset. And then this piece of information here, this is an actual snip from the Snapchat records here. This information is on June 22nd, 2021 at 2:54 p.m. Karina Cooper's Snapchat is deleted. That is a user-manipulated event. You have to go on and physically delete your Snapchat. And I don't know if you can see this because of the other screen, but over in the far corner, it just shows that Snapchat's business records record the status of this Snapchat account is that it was deleted. And that's a user-deleted account.
And perhaps you could show that information on the smaller display for the jury. I think they may be able to see that better. You can stand up.
Oh, it's eating it. If you look at the lower right-hand corner, the last column where there's gray shading, it just says deleted. And that time is in, business records often come in universal time coordinated, so we have to convert that to our time, and the time offset's -5. So the time here in Central Standard Time is right here. It's 2:54:12 p.m. that Snapchat records on June 22nd that Karina Cooper's Snapchat account was deleted.
So 2 days after Ryan's death, she's resetting her Snapchat password. What's the relevance of the fact that this is done through Chrome?
So she wouldn't have her phone. So if you log onto your Snapchat account from a different device, you're going to have to remember your password. So there's a possibility she didn't know her password, or she just wanted to change it, or the person that was logging in just wanted to change it.
Essentially, that would allow you to gain access to your Snapchat account.
Right. You can't gain access to your Snapchat account on a different device that you haven't been logged into unless you can provide your password.
And then the account was fully deleted approximately 4 days after Ryan's death.
That's correct, on June 22nd, 2021.
And were you able to determine, you talked a little bit about pattern of life, did Karina Cooper previously use Snapchat frequently?
Yes.
Please explain.
So she used Snapchat. We did recover some content on Snapchat. She was in a number of texting groups, one like the Housewives of Tama County, where it was a bunch of other people, and they would talk about kids, trips they were planning, things like that. She used Snapchat a lot for pictures of her children or cute little videos of her kids, them doing activities, riding bikes, baseball, and some communications with relating to like business or hair appointments, all sorts of things. So a frequent Snapchat user, which isn't uncommon for a business owner.
And we also saw some Snapchat messages between Karina Cooper and Huston Danker at 3:30 in the morning on the night of the homicide regarding shell casings and other things of that nature, including her making a statement to Huston Danker, go, which was the last communication that we saw between
Objection, Your Honor. I'd like him to ask a question.
Yep, go ahead and ask your question, Mr. Ringel.
Thank you. Did she frequently communicate with Huston Danker via Snapchat?
We don't see that in the business records from Snapchat, because once a user deletes a snap from Snapchat's server, it's gone forever. So we don't recover the particular messages that the counselor was referencing regarding remember the casings or go. from the business records from Snapchat, because if you delete something from the Snapchat server, Snapchat gets rid of it. They don't preserve it. So when we serve just a search warrant, that's why we serve warrants to multiple sources. That's why we examine the phone. We didn't see it in this particular set of records.
And that wouldn't be seen in this set of records, but that's information, as Ms. Lord testified to, and based on your training experience, that may be recovered from devices themselves.
Yes, that's why we always look for multiple sources of information.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Ms. Watt.
Yes, please. Detective Witt?
Special agent, detective,
Okay.
it's fine.
Special Agent Witt. When we're retrieving things through a search warrant with Snapchat, I think I understood you. It kind of depends on whether you're having your settings to save the snaps in the phone.
That's one of the factors, yes.
Okay, so I know that sometimes you can have the messages disappear immediately, you can have the messages disappear after 24 hours in particular conversations, right?
Yes, Snapchat is user-controlled, so in the case of an application like Snapchat, users have a lot of choices over if a message is kept or a message is deleted.
Okay, and so if I have my Snapchat messages with a particular person set to delete after 24 hours, after 24 hours, Snapchat doesn't have it anymore.
The business records don't have them anymore. We may be able to recover it from a secondary source, such as an examination of a phone.
Right, and I understand in this case, we got a lot of Snapchat information from the phone itself. But Snapchat, I think there's just some misinformation that things are always recoverable from Snapchat. We're not getting it from Snapchat, correct?
So the content of
the ones that aren't saved, I'm asking about the ones that get deleted after 24 hours, we're not going to be able to send a search warrant to Snapchat and get those from Snapchat.
There's one exception to that. So if we get a preservation letter in really quickly, it might be preserved on the server before Snapchat's cleared it, but that's a very slim chance. So generally speaking, yes, ma'am, if a Snapchat is deleted, we won't be able to recover it from a search warrant to Snapchat.
Okay. Sometimes from the phone, as in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned that part of the records you got from Snapchat indicated that Karina was in some group chats on Snapchat.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were able to recover a bunch of messages from those groups from Snapchat?
Yes. So a preservation letter was sent really quickly that morning, and I think we were able to get the content because the preservation letter just takes, when you send it to Snapchat and they receive it and they acknowledge receipt, they just preserve a snapshot of what is on their server relating to that account at that particular time.
Okay, so it would tell us what group she was in at the time that you send that preservation letter.
There was some content with some of the groups as well.
Right, and that would be dependent upon whether they had, in the group, had it set up to delete over time or just for the snaps to remain, right?
I don't know who owned or was the administrator on all of those groups too, because sometimes it can depend on if you're the facilitator of the group, if you start the group, you may be able to delete the entire group, but if you're just a user on the group, you may only be able to delete your personal conversations.
So at the time of June 18th, though, she was still in a Snapchat group about like Housewives of Traer or whatever it was called?
There was some content recovered. I guess I can say that Snapchat group still existed. I don't know. She was in that group. I just don't know if there was particular snaps. I can't testify to that. I didn't look at it.
Right, I'm only wanting to know, does it show us at least that she was still in the group?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have an answer for why Huston's phone doesn't have as much GPS data from Snapchat?
So as with all applications, you can adjust privacy settings and choose not to share your location. You can opt in or opt out of things. So Snapchat's largely user-controlled. I don't know what particular settings he had on both his phone and then within the app of Snapchat. There just wasn't as much location information. Sometimes it's usage too.
Okay. So, but somebody on Snapchat, I can choose to have my location update on the Snap Map, right?
Yes, you can.
from the information that we have from Karina's phone, of the search warrants and all of that, does it appear that her location would have been on and showing on the Snapchat, or do we not know? Snap map.
So Snapchat doesn't tell us this information came particularly from a Snapchat. Snapchat just tells us generally that there is location information that they have recorded in their business records. They don't say this is particularly from Snapchat, or this is particularly from an IP address, this is particularly from a geolocation address.
Okay. And so we also don't know what triggers the GPS location updating on Snapchat?
So they don't tell us, no, they don't tell us the specific trigger of why we have location information at that time.
Is it at least safe to assume, though, that given we only have a couple of data points for Houston's GPS from Snapchat, that would at least suggest to us that his privacy settings are more restricted, either on his phone or on Snapchat, than Karina's would have been?
I don't know that, like, I don't know that I can, that would be one possibility.
Okay. With Houston driving by this residence, I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. So when we see that he was red, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So when we see the arc there that kind of only goes to where, what is it, 63, where it makes the turn? Is that, are we saying then that that's all the further his phone goes, at least the first trip?
Yes, that's the first trip, the furthest device progression is kind of at that T intersection just past the Cooper residence, and then it returns back to his residence.
And then the second trip, he goes all the way to Gladbrook, but not for long.
Yes, under 5 minutes.
Then the third trip, I didn't quite understand where you were saying his phone likely was.
So between the intersection where 63 starts running north and south, that T intersection, and the Cooper residence, really for that 7-minute time period, that device is kind of generally in that general area. And then the device returns home, but it goes I'll call it the southern route. It goes the alternate route on the last trip home.
But do we know, for example, was he at their house?
I can just say that the device was in the general vicinity of that area.
Okay. So, I mean, it's possible that he's like across the street in a cornfield as well?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay. You did mention that the device is traveling quickly to get from that hangout point to the house, but you said you took gravel roads?
Well, it takes the southern route. I do think that some of those roads are gravel. I know they are. Some of the roads are gravel there. It's not hard pavement the entire way.
Do you know what the speed limit is on gravel roads?
I do not know. I just know that it exceeds what the Google Drive time. It was faster than the Google Drive time.
I was just wondering if it's a common occurrence that people drive faster on gravel roads than what the speed limit is, which might help explain how that device is going so fast compared to Google.
Well, I can't speak to people generally on if they feel comfortable on gravel or not.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Engel?
Defense asked you, based on that 7-minute period on the night prior to Ryan's death, that Houston Danker's device was near 1846 K Avenue. If he could have been in a cornfield, is it also possible that he could have been at the house or meeting with Karina?
That's equally as possible, yes, sir. It was
No
in the general vicinity.
No further questions.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Stay prepared to call the next witness. And while next witness is coming in, I'm going to stand up and stretch. Anybody else want to, feel free. All right, why don't we all go ahead and have a seat? And is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Judge, thank you. The state would call Dr. Kelly Kruse.
I'm assuming that's you. Yep. You want to come up to have a seat to my far left? Dr. Kruse, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then for the record, can you please provide us with your first name and your last name and spell them?
My name is Kelly Kruse. It's Kellylly, Kruse.
All right, Mr. Ringel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Kruse, how are you employed?
I am an associate state medical examiner at the Iowa office of the state medical examiner.
Can you talk about your educational background, please?
After I graduated from high school, I attended Tulane University. There I earned a Bachelor's of Science in Anthropology. I then attended St. George's University. I first earned a Master's of Public Health degree, and then I attended their medical school. I graduated from medical school in 2013. From 2013 to 2017, I attended and completed an anatomic and clinical pathology residency program located in New Jersey. And from 2017 to 2018, I completed a forensic pathology fellowship program at the Chief Medical Examiner's Office of Maryland.
Can you talk a little bit about your employment history as well?
I came to work in Iowa following my fellowship. So this here has been my only full-time job. In terms of additional work, I provide consultation autopsies for local hospitals in the Des Moines area.
How are you currently employed then?
I am currently full-time employed by the State Medical Examiner's Office.
What is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a specialized area of medicine. It falls underneath pathology. Pathology is the study of disease and disease processes. In the most common setting, a pathologist is in the hospital. They look at organs, they look at blood, they look at blood work, chemistry to diagnose natural diseases. A forensic pathologist or forensic pathology goes a step further. We have knowledge of those natural disease processes, but then we also have knowledge of injury. And we specifically look at how disease processes and injuries can lead to death.
So you're employed as a medical examiner, then what does a medical examiner do?
A medical examiner is a physician, and that's, in Iowa, we have a fairly unique system. So each county has their own medical examiner. They're all physicians, but most of them aren't forensic pathologists like me. Most of them will then use their medical knowledge and training to determine if an autopsy is necessary. If they think an autopsy is necessary, then they will send the deceased individual to the state medical examiner's office in Ankeny, and then myself and 5 other state medical examiners will perform an autopsy on them and determine why they died.
Can you explain for the jury what an autopsy is?
An autopsy is an examination of a deceased individual. The main purpose is to determine their cause of death, so the reason why they died. As part of that examination, we document injury, we document natural disease processes, and we will interpret ancillary testing like toxicology.
Do you collect evidence as well during the autopsy process?
We do. We have standard evidence that we collect for every individual. We will collect a blood stain card, so take blood and put it on the card for potential testing. We will take fingerprints. We also collect blood, vitreous fluid from the eye, and urine if it's available for toxicology testing. Any additional evidence collection would be done at the request of law enforcement.
What is toxicology?
Toxicology is the testing of a specimen, usually blood, for alcohol, drugs of abuse, prescribed medications.
You mentioned cause of death. What is the cause of death?
The cause of death is a process that ultimately leads to a person's passing. It can be a natural disease, it can be an injury, it can be a specific drug. There are a lot of options when it comes to cause of death.
What is manner of death?
Manner of death describes the circumstances surrounding a person's death. In contrast to cause of death, we only have 5 options for manner of death. We have natural, so death due purely to natural disease. We have accident, which is death due to unforeseen circumstances. A good example would be a car crash. We have suicide, death at the hands of another, or death at the hands of oneself. Homicide, death at the hands of another, and then undetermined, which is a manner that is chosen when we might not have enough information to choose one of the other manners, or we have 2 competing manners.
Approximately how many autopsies would you say you've conducted?
I've conducted over 2,000 autopsies.
Is there a standard procedure for conducting an autopsy?
We abide by procedures that are set forth by the National Association of Medical Examiners at our state medical examiner's office here in Iowa. We have our own set standard operating procedures that we follow closely for every autopsy, regardless of how a person died.
As a medical examiner, do you attempt to obtain a history prior to the autopsy?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
History is quite helpful with the autopsy process. We have that standard operating procedure, but there may be components of a history or circumstances surrounding someone's death that might lead me to order additional testing. Say if someone was in a car, I may order carbon monoxide testing, which I wouldn't do otherwise. It might encourage me to send certain organs to a specialist or order special toxicology testing.
In order to obtain that history, what type of information do you review?
Our office requires at least a small amount of information about the person who's coming to our office from that county medical examiner and the personnel there. They have county investigators as well. The amount of information varies, so it's really just case dependent, but we try and provide guidance and training to those county personnel so that what they give to us is helpful for the autopsy.
We talked briefly about evidence collection. What's the purpose of evidence collection during an autopsy?
Our standard evidence collection with the bloodstain card would be if we needed to test for DNA in the future. Fingerprints are taken potentially to confirm identity. Family may also request photographs of fingerprints for things like jewelry and tattoos. Other evidence collection includes fingernail clippings, which might be helpful if there's another person's DNA on those clippings. We'll collect head hair, and that can be matched to something at a scene. Clothing that might potentially have some evidentiary value as well. It just depends on the case.
Do you collect projectiles and things of that nature as well?
Yes.
Any other standard components of an autopsy?
All of our autopsies at the state medical examiner include both the external and internal examination, regardless of how a person died. So we look at everything on the outside of the body and the inside of the body to diagnose natural disease and injury. Depending on the type of case, we may have that additional evidence collection. Also, depending on the type of case, we may perform x-rays prior to the autopsy.
You complete a report in association with the autopsy that you complete?
Yes.
Did you perform an autopsy for Ryan Cooper?
Yes.
Do you remember when you performed that autopsy?
Yes, it was June 19th of 2021.
Do you recall how you received the body?
All bodies are transported, or at least we request that they're transported in a body bag. Counties have their own transportation system, either by funeral home or ambulance service. The body is brought to our office, it's placed in a cooler, and then removed from the cooler on day of autopsy.
And is that bag typically sealed?
Yes.
And how is that sealed?
It is sealed with a lock. So it is a plastic device that has a number on it. That number is documented at the scene when that bag is closed and the lock is placed in between the zipper pulls. And then that lock number is documented at autopsy to confirm that the bag has not been opened in between the body going from the scene to autopsy time.
And you received Ryan Cooper's body in a body bag, correct?
Yes.
And was it locked or sealed as you just described?
Yes.
Any reason to believe the bag had been opened or tampered with?
No.
And did you conduct your autopsy according to the protocol that you just outlined previously?
Yes.
Did you take photographs during the autopsy that you conducted?
Yes.
Would those assist you with your testimony here today?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may approach with State's Exhibits number 286 through 293.
You may.
Again, States 286 through 293. You recognize those?
Yes, these are photographs taken during the autopsy of Ryan Cooper.
Fair and accurate representations of what you observed during that autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit States 286 through 293.
No
Any-
objection.
All
No
right.
objection.
All right, then States Exhibits 286 through 293 are admitted.
State requests permission to publish.
All right.
Starting here with States Exhibit 286, what do we see here?
This is a photograph that is taken of that body bag that Mr. Cooper's body was received in. The blue plastic material here is that lock I described with a unique number. The body bag itself also is tagged with the name of the person inside, and it says Ryan R. Cooper.
States 287, what do we see here?
This is a photograph of Mr. Cooper as he was received. This is before his body has been touched by our office, so it is his body exactly as it was in the body bag.
288, what do we see here?
This is Mr. Cooper's upper body after his clothing has been removed and he's been cleaned.
And that's part of the standard procedure of an autopsy?
Yes.
Why is that done?
The cleaning process?
Yes.
Many different things such as injuries can be obscured by blood. So the body is documented as received with that blood. It's photographed. And then once everything is appropriately documented, the blood is cleaned to see if there is any additional injury that we couldn't see underneath the blood.
Once you'd completed that cleaning process, anything of note?
After Mr. Cooper's body had been cleaned, he had a number of different injuries. The major injuries and the ones that caused his death were on his face. There's a gunshot wound here to the left cheek that can be seen in this photograph.
289, this is a close-up of Mr. Cooper's face, correct?
Yes.
What are we seeing in this photograph of relevance to you?
This is what we call an identification photograph. We take a photograph of everyone's face at autopsy. Part of my job is confirming identity of the deceased individual, so this photo would be compared to something like his driver's license photo. Of note in this photograph is one of 2 gunshot wounds on the left cheek, and around that gunshot wound are pinpoint red dots or abrasions, which is called stippling.
What is stippling?
Stippling is abrasions or little scratches in the skin that occur when unburnt gunpowder particles make contact with that skin. When a bullet is fired, or when a gun is fired, the bullet leaves the gun and it's accompanied by gunpowder. That gunpowder can be completely burned in the form of soot, or it can be unburned. And when that unburned gunpowder particle makes contact with the skin, it does so with such force that it causes a little scratch or abrasion in the skin, which is that stippling that we see here.
Does the presence of stippling tell you, as a medical examiner, anything about the location of the barrel of the gun in relation to Mr. Cooper's face?
Yes. The presence of soot and or stippling to me says that the gun was relatively close to the skin. Soot can't travel very far, really a matter of a few inches. The unburnt gunpowder particles can travel a bit farther, maybe a few feet. So the presence of that stippling indicates that the gun was likely within a few feet of the body.
State's exhibit number 290, what are we seeing here?
This is the left side of Mr. Cooper's face. Here, near the top of the photograph, is that one gunshot wound that we were able to appreciate with the picture of his entire face. And below it in the photograph is that second gunshot wound. He had a total of 2 gunshot wounds to the left cheek, one closer to his nose and one closer to his ear.
State's exhibit number 291, what are we seeing here?
This is a photograph of the base of Mr. Cooper's skull. In order to examine the brain, an incision is made over the top of the head, and the scalp is moved forward and backward in relation to that incision. The top of the skull is removed, and the brain itself is removed. And here we're looking at the base of the skull where that brain would usually sit. Traversing the skull are these metallic rods, and these show the wound paths of each of those gunshot wounds. So each gunshot wound was associated with injury to the skull and the brain, and bullets were recovered.
You talked about entrance wounds. Did you observe any exit wounds?
There were no exit wounds. Bullets were recovered from each gunshot wound.
It should be fairly clear we've had some testimony about what an entrance wound is, but what is an exit wound and what would you expect to see? Were you observing exit wounds?
The exit wound would typically be at the end of that wound path. For me, when I'm looking at a body and there are gunshot wounds, there are very clear differences, at least usually, between entrance wounds and exit wounds. Entrance wounds have a rounded appearance. It's a punched out defect. That bullet has a lot of energy and it pushes through the skin, creating a hole. So if I tried to, I couldn't push the edges of that wound together. There's missing tissue there. An exit wound has more of a slit-like appearance. The bullet loses a lot of energy along the wound path and essentially just pushes out through the skin, wherever that exit wound may be. So as you saw with the picture with the skull, I traced the wound paths. At the end of the wound path, there weren't any slit-like defects or any injuries that looked like exit wounds. And I did recover fragmented bullets, but 2 of them.
Showing you State's Exhibit 292, what do we see here?
These are 2 of the larger bullet fragments that were recovered from the brain. What we could also see with those rods moving through the skull is that the wound paths intersected. So they essentially terminated roughly in the same area of the brain. And so determining which of these 2 bullets was associated with the entrance wound closer to the nose or the ear was not something I could do.
And you said that the 2 shots terminated in the same area. Is that illustrated here in 291?
Yes, these rods, as they move through the brain, they start to intersect in this area, and that's where those bullet fragments were recovered.
These are the bullet fragments that were recovered. Do you know what you did then once you'd recovered those bullet fragments?
Once those bullet fragments are recovered, they're photographed, as we see here. They're then handled by an investigator within my office. They're packaged and sealed for chain of custody purposes, and they may pass that bullet off to a ballistics laboratory, off to law enforcement. I'm not involved in the process after that.
And these are the largest bullet fragments that you recovered in this case, correct?
Yes.
And when you recovered them, were they in this deformed state?
Yes.
Is that, based on both your training and your experience, typical for bullets to be deformed?
It depends on what the bullet hits in the body. They often deform when they hit bone.
State's Exhibit number 293, what are we seeing here?
These are additional bullet fragments. These were from the skull on the opposite side of the entrance wounds. The other bullet fragments were recovered from more inside the brain, so I packaged these separately.
And so State's Exhibit number 292, which I'm displaying here, which you described as bullet fragments, and State's Exhibit number 293, some smaller fragments. Is that the totality of projectiles or bullet fragments that you recovered from Mr. Cooper during the autopsy?
Yes.
And again, these were packaged and sealed and passed on to investigators, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Just let me know if it's going to be helpful as we go through these remaining questions to reference any of those exhibits. In your report, I believe you referred to the gunshot wounds as gunshot wound A and gunshot wound B. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a particular reason that you chose that nomenclature?
I will label my gunshot wounds with letters of the alphabet, and for me, it's for organizational purposes. I tend to go from the head to the toe, right to left. So essentially arbitrary, but to me it helps organize my report.
There's not a timing component to the way that you've listed them. It's not first and second. Can you explain why that is?
Correct. So I don't have a way with my autopsy of determining which gunshot wound was inflicted first or second.
Another question that comes up with some frequency with medical examiners is the ability to estimate or make a statement regarding the time of death. Is that something that you're able to do when conducting an autopsy?
No.
Can you explain?
Time of death is quite difficult, and it's often portrayed as being something that's quite easy and can be done with great precision in movies and television. We don't have a lot to look at the autopsy that help us determine time of death. There are a number of different changes that happen in your body after you die, but as I indicated, the body is transported from the scene to our office, placed in a cooler, and I often perform the autopsy a day or two later. What I can say with these gunshot wounds is that Mr. Cooper was alive at the time he sustained them. I just don't know when he sustained them.
And so we'll go through gunshot wound A and B separately, but if I understand your testimony, you're saying he was alive at the time that each of these wounds was inflicted.
Yes.
Starting with gunshot wound A, you've listed that as left cheek medial, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Medial meaning the one closer to the nose.
We've already seen that you were able to determine a path that bullet traveled.
Yes.
Were you able to tell, or are you able to determine the specific position of the body at the time of the shot?
I can't tell the specific position of the body. When I determine the trajectory of a bullet or the direction of a wound path, it's only within that person's body.
And so how is that described then when you describe that path of travel?
The path of travel for gunshot wound A as well as gunshot wound B was from Mr. Cooper's left to his right, his front to his back, and upward.
When you say upward, what does that mean in relation to what?
Upward in relation going from his chin up to the top of his head.
And that was illustrated on the state's exhibit that showed the metal rods. That was the path of travel that you're describing, correct?
Yes.
With regard to gunshot wound A, was that shot independently fatal?
Yes, that shot was independently fatal.
And when you say independently fatal, what do you mean, just to make that clear?
Gunshot wound A injured a number of vital structures. It injured his skull and it injured his brain.
And that alone would have been sufficient for him to die?
Yes.
Without gunshot wound B, he would have died from that injury?
Most likely, yes.
Are you able to determine how long it would take him to die from that injury?
I can't say with certainty. Injuries to the brain are more quickly fatal than an injury to a different part of the body.
Would you describe it as rapidly fatal?
Rapidly fatal injuries, we try and use when there's injury to, say, the brain stem, but fairly quickly fatal.
And you stated he was alive at the time that this shot was fired or the wounds occurred. How do you know that?
When a person is alive at the time they sustain an injury, there's bleeding associated with that injury, which to me says that his heart was beating at the time. Let's say the bullet moved through his body, which then pushes blood out from injured blood vessels and into surrounding tissue.
What is the peri-mortem phase? What does that mean?
You can break timing up into different categories. There's the ante-mortem phase, so before a person died. The peri-mortem phase is really the time in which the person is dying, and then the post-mortem phase after the person dies, say when I do the autopsy.
So it's gunshot wound A. You stated it was independently fatal and suffered while he was still alive, and also indicated that it would be quickly fatal. About gunshot wound B, I think you described that as left cheek lateral. What does that mean?
Closer to the ear, still on the left cheek, and gunshot wound B was also in itself fatal.
So that's an independently fatal wound. Same question. I think you made this clear. He was alive at the time of that shot as well.
Yes.
Independently fatal, how would you describe? Because, well, first of all, what wounds did he suffer from gunshot wound B?
Gunshot wound B, he also had injury to the skull. The bullet then entered into the brain. It injured both sides of the larger part of the brain, the cerebrum, and then it also injured part of the brain stem, which serves as a way of your brain telling your body to do normal vital functions, and also a connection from the brain to your spinal cord.
Same question. Would you say this was also quickly fatal due to the nature of the wound?
Yes.
And then I'm assuming that you're observing the same thing and making the statement that he was alive at the time that this wound occurred. There was bleeding associated with the wound.
Yes.
With regard to the stippling that you observed, were you able to observe stippling from both gunshot wound A and, associated with gunshot wound A and gunshot wound B?
Yes.
What did you observe?
In terms of the stippling, I measured the distance from the abrasions from the edges of the wound. The gunpowder will fan out and create a rough circle, so there were two rough interlapping circles around both gunshot wounds.
Indicating to you, based on your prior testimony, that both shots were fired at close range?
Yes.
Any additional injuries that you observed that contributed to death?
No.
You performed a toxicological analysis, correct?
Yes.
Any relevance relevant information found in that analysis?
Toxicology was performed looking for alcohol and drugs of abuse, and it was negative.
Negative meaning none were located?
Correct.
Any other contributing factors to death besides the gunshot wounds?
No.
Is your work peer-reviewed?
Yes.
What's that mean?
We have a process where we, meaning the medical examiners at the state medical examiner's office, have our autopsy reports read by others. If a case is classified as a homicide, then we routinely have one other pathologist read that report. They fill out some paper saying that they agree with our findings. We also have some random review processes where we review natural cases, accidents as well, just to make sure we're all practicing within the standards that we're expected to.
And that occurred here?
Yes.
Were you able to make a determination regarding the cause of death?
Yes.
What was that?
Gunshot wounds of head.
Were you able to make a determination regarding manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicide.
Are these your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Abeger?
None, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're excused. And Mr. Ringel, before we get to any more witnesses, I want to take up, I think, one exhibit that the state offered that we kind of reserved. That was State's Exhibit 306, which I understand is a portion of the presentation that Detective Lord gave when she testified last week. And my understanding is that there's no objection to Exhibit 306 at this point. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then State's Exhibit 306 is now admitted. And with that, Mr. Ringel, does the state have any additional witnesses to call?
No, Your Honor, the state rests at this time.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, what that means, the state is rested. That means the state's not going to be presenting any more evidence in this case as part of their case in chief. And so, third day in a row, we're going to be done a little bit early today. We can move very quickly. What I can tell you is I expect that we will be able to get this case submitted to you by the end of this week. So, whether it goes into next week or not, that's going to be up to you folks, probably depending on what time we get the case submitted to you. But there are some things that we need to do and need to work on, and we will do that today, and then we'll pick back up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So I ask that you be back here ready to go at 9, and remind you that admonition I gave you previously. Again, hit the high points again. Keep an open mind. We're not done with the case yet. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't do any type of investigation or research. Avoid any media accounts, traditional media, and any social media accounts or commentary about the case as well. So with that, I wish all of you a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.